Bandidos! Happy Friday. We are live looking at some really cool stuff here because we got a new event. It is called Overdrive something or other. You go here, go to events timeline. Deadeye Overdrive, that's the name of it. So toggle this bad boy. Nothing you have to do, it's just on. It's kind of weird. But you get 60% headshot damage, 30% weapon damage, accuracy, stability, and then 40% weak point damage. So yeah, headshot damage is nice. I think that's what we're going to be leaning into. So I got my little headshot build here, but I think I'm going to make some changes. Been running this for the last couple of days. So what I want to do is put on a fourth piece of breaking point and then drop in the memento. And then right now I have 413% headshot damage. So what I want to do with that is back down my headshot damage and pull in some more shock. How do you say? Frequency, I guess would be the right word there. So we're going to do that. That's the mission. That's the game plan. Yeah. What are you guys up to? You playing? You farming? We have the spring event coming out next week. Blossoms something or other. So look forward to the details on that. The devs will be doing a live stream on Monday, so I'll be streaming that. And we'll see what we get. I have a feeling there's going to be a new named assault rifle. There's a gear set called Deadeye? Ooh. You need something like that, huh? What up, Ty? What up, Grumps? Brassy? Parabellum? Anthony? Who else is around? Sick Jim? Destroyer, what up? Who else is out there? Chevito coming in nice and early. Is it worth farming at this point? No. I mean, it's a matter of perspective, Danny. Like, it's just me. I never farm this shit ever. Because, like, in any game I play, like, I play other games too, like the First Descendant and stuff like this, I never farm because they always just end up nerfing it. So those guys that are out there, like, day one, you know, sitting in one room for 8 hours so that they can max out something, it's just not my style. You know, it's like, but some people like doing that. You know, they want to be the first person to have max something, I guess. But the reality is that they always nerf this stuff, and the good devs will nerf it sooner than later, right? Like the next patch, they'll get a bunch of feedback, they'll hear all the griping, and they'll get it out within a couple of weeks. The Division is a little slower about it, so they'll come in with a patch like halfway through the season, basically. Now, we're supposed to get one here this coming week, so they're going to make some adjustments to it. I don't know if they're going to make all the adjustments. What up, Savage? But some adjustments are coming this week. And for me, I find it kind of frustrating when you go out and you know, spent all this time farming just to get a couple of pieces, and then the next week, all of a sudden, the farming is just so much easier. And you're like, gosh, you know, I'm almost done with whatever I want to prototype at that stage. What up, Blood? You know what I mean? Yeah, I casually grind. So it doesn't mean I don't have prototype. I have prototype all over the place. I mean, almost everything I want prototyped is prototype, actually. You know? So the equalizer, I got my turmoils. So I'm going for those, like, kind of unique pieces. You know what's funny though, like why I haven't prototyped my gear yet, because there's some gear I want to do, is I simply just don't want to click a button 30 times and then times 6. That is literally why I haven't prototyped gear, because you have to expertise your gear to 30, and that means I have to go into my menu and click the same fucking button 30 times, and that's just annoying to me, right? It's like, I don't want to do that, and it's like it's kind of a lazy thing, but it's just, you know, they've talked about putting a quality of life system where you could say, you know, make my gear level 30 like a meter, a slider. And then you can press the button just once and it's all there. That needs to be there, right? Because it's just dumb to have to do that. But that's literally what's holding me back, because I'm collecting prototypes, components, and I'm just not spending them. But I guess it's okay. I just don't see the hurry. You know what I mean? Like, you get some boosted stats and that's great, but the build performs without it anyways, you know? What I'm after are actually the augments. But there's not a lot of tinkerability with the augments, right? Once you get it, they're there because of how expensive the process is. Which I don't mind that. I don't mind locking in a build, but you know, because I'm a content creator, I play by a different set of rules. So anytime we have something like prototype gear, I have to insert like 3 minutes of disclosure on how you don't actually need prototype gear, and that even though my level 30 rifle is prototyped with 30 expertise, the build still works with it. And then people said, well, you say that, but then you have a prototype gear rifle on your build. So then I have to go out and farm a stupid version rifle like this one with no expertise on it and insert damage numbers with this one, because otherwise people will assume I'm a liar. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I mean, just like, you know, they won't take your word for it, right? You have to actually show them, because people aren't as free thinking as we hope they would be, you know? So like, you know, this is some of it's common sense. I don't feel like I should have to do that, but you know, otherwise you get some negative Nancy's. So, you know, that's also what impacts me on whether I want to prototype gear or not, because like, for example, on this equalizer piece, this was my God rolled equalizer piece, right? It's my only God rolled equalizer piece. And now it's prototyped. So every time I use this piece, which is a lot, which is also why I chose it to prototype, I'm going to have to disclose that, hey, look, it's got 22.5% weapon damage. And it's got 30% armor. That's not total armor. That's base armor of the gear set. So that's meaningless. Basically, one bullet will take that away from you. Also, 7.5% more weapon damage. That's additive. It's just not game changing. I mean, I'll take it. It's more damage, but it's not game changing. You know, so I have this equalizer chest piece and it's got more damage on it than yours might have, but it's only additive weapon damage. So, you know, what you see me doing in the game isn't possible because I have this equalizer chest piece. You know, it's the build, right? But people are like, but then you have the equalizer chest piece as prototype. Oh, God. So then I have to prove it by going to get another equalizer chest piece and doing side-by-side gameplay and showing that, look, same results, different chest piece, no prototype gear, same results. But so I do that for the sake of the video, right? But think about that on the grander scheme of games, whether it's this one or the other, right? Like when devs introduce gear, whether we call it OP and it breaks the balance of the fucking game or whatever, it just doesn't. It just doesn't. And everybody wants to argue that to their face turns blue, but it just doesn't. You know, the fact that you can perform the same with the prototype gear and without, you know, it might look better on your damage numbers or the total damage output you put out across like an hour's worth of gameplay, but it doesn't change the outcome, if that makes sense. You were able to do it before in sub 30 minutes. You're able to do it now in sub 30 minutes, you know. Maybe if you were like an extreme player, maybe like a speedrunner who's looking to actually shave 10 seconds off of their running time, then yeah, every little edge matters. 7% weapon damage matters to that person because they're literally looking for seconds. right? I could give a rat's ass about seconds in my gameplay. I don't give a shit, you know? If I could complete a legendary in, under 30 minutes, I'm just content. I'm just happy. Moving on. It wasn't about the time for me. It was about the fight. I'm after the fight. I'm looking for a good fight. You know what I mean? So it depends on what you're looking for. So I think, a lot of speedrunners and stuff like that are going to like this, but then they're going to struggle with their speedrunning community. And people are saying, well, you're using prototype gear. Well, this is legit gear in the game. Why can I not use it? Right? So they're going to have to face that. Why am I not allowed to use prototype gear? It's legit gear in the game. It is end game gear. It is level 40 gear. Basically, it's a new gear. It's like saying you're not allowed to use a gear set because it's Striker, or something like that. So anyway, so as a content creator, I come across those things. So that kind of holds me back on the prototype train. I got to wait for a lot of people to adopt the system and get used to it and start having it for themselves so they're not so sour about seeing somebody else with it. If that makes sense? Because once the people start having it for themselves, because I'm not struggling getting it. I'm playing escalation game mode because I want to play escalation game mode. It doesn't have to do with prototypes. That's just a symptom of playing escalation game mode. I'm getting prototypes anyways. And I get like one drop every time I run one of those missions. Whether I'm doing it on level 1 or level 6, it doesn't matter. So so I'm not struggling in the drop department, but some people are, and that's making them sour, And so when they see somebody with prototype gear, they're like, oh, well, you're running prototype gear. But like, yeah, and did I say it was a bad build or a good build? Does the prototype gear make it a bad build or a good build? Right? Think about it. What's wrong with running prototype gear? Like, is it subpar gear that we're talking about here, or is it good gear? Am I cheating by running prototype gear? You get that? So people are using, commenting like prototype gear is cheating, right? You'll see it in comments. Oh, but you're running prototype gear. Yeah. Is it like, it's like, it's a legitimate piece of gear in the game. I'm not cheating, It's weird. No such thing as streamer luck. No, I think part of it, though, is the luck part feeling is that I'm not farming it. And I think when you don't farm it, it feels like it just comes to you. It just feels like it just comes to you. I know I've had back-to-back sessions where I didn't get a drop, where I was just like, hey, man, I haven't got a drop in like 2 or 3 sessions. I know I've had that. But on average, I get one like every run, at least every other run, it just feels fair enough. And the reason why it feels fair enough is because I'm not farming it and I don't have the objective to prototype my entire inventory. And some people do, right? Because that's their mentality. Like, I want max out everything. I want to prototype everything. I want to expertise everything. So some people have been doing that, right? This whole time, before prototype gear even existed, they've been going around getting every single exotic to level 30. Every single weapon they use to level 30. I got weapons that I come across that I really like. I'm like, oh, you're not level 30 yet. I was like, oh. And I've been slaying and I've been beating all these guys with level 30 gear. And I only have you at like level 12, I guess, it doesn't really matter. And it doesn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't, we pretend it matters. You want every edge you can grab. So it's a resource. You should use it. I want to use it. But at the same time, I even know it doesn't matter. But there's a few edge cases out there. We can all think of one where level 30 expertise will matter. That's an edge case, Even 30%. 30% more weapon damage on my assault rifle, whether I have it or whether I didn't have it. So like that gameplay I was just showing you guys, I'm slaying with my level 12 agitator. Fucking slaying. I feel it's stronger. It feels stronger than any other assault rifle I have, including whatever Lexington and whatever exotic assault rifle you have. It slays at level 12, It makes me think I don't want to put 30 expertise on it. at the sake of like, I'm still gonna have the same slaying feeling. I'm still gonna come out with a leader in kills, leader in damage, and efficient clear times. Why do I need level 30 expertise? Why do I need it? Does it give me no more survivability? No, because damage isn't my issue. You know, at this level. You know, so it's like, and if you can exchange it for armor cores, but armor cores aren't worth anything. You know what I mean? The exchange. So you can look at it this way, right? Well, 15% damage is equal to a weapon damage core. So if you put 30 damage on your weapon, then that's equal to 2 weapon damage cores. So you could put 30% weapon damage on your weapon and exchange 2 of your damage cores on your build for 2 armor cores. Yet very many people actually do that because, I mean, with that exchange of expertise into defensive cores, because defensive cores are even more useless because they can be taken away in like 3 bullets. A whole core, 170,000 in defense and armor, can be wiped out in like 3 bullets from an elite. And so you're thinking like, man, I'd rather just have the damage and just kill that elite faster. Even though I know it's like, you know, diminished returns. It's just like I might as well, because defense is just as worthless. And so when I run armor, it's not just to run armor. I usually have something like bonus armor or regen, right? And so that's why I'm running the armor. And so, yeah, and that's why expertise is kind of worthless. It always has been, and why I never really farmed it. You know, I just told the story, so I'll probably spare you guys the story on how I got to level 30. But it was basically just, you know, I don't have anything to do right now. I'm just going to go ahead and level up my thing by spending my watch points. That's why I'm level 30 expertise. Otherwise, I'd probably still be at level 12. Honestly. Level 12 is like free. It's free. It's like 12. You might as well. But now we got these exotic components, and you need those for actually re-rolling your exotics. So they actually have a utility outside of just meaningless damage on your weapon, you know? So it's like, I mean, I'd rather save 999 exotic components for future rerolls of exotics I don't even know exist yet. I'd rather do that than put 30 expertise on my striker chest piece. You know what I mean? Either way, I don't have that many exotics. So I got like 230. So I have to be conscious about like what I spend it on, you know? But that's how I feel about expertise. It's just not that meaningful, but it's a system in the game. And when you're a very end game player who plays the Division 2 on a daily basis, what else are you going to fucking do? And that's kind of to the point where I am with the game and why I actually like prototype gear. So if you just listen to all of the logic I said, where expertise is meaningless, prototype gear is just as meaningless as expertise. Maybe even more so, because it's an extension of expertise is all it is. But when you're an end game player and you have nothing else to farm for, you might as well. And that's why I like prototype gear. You've heard the argument from a lot of content creators because they're in the same boat. They've been playing this game for years. So they say, oh man, I finally have something to farm for. I feel like that too, except I'm not actually farming for it. It just happens. So when they make it a little user friendly, I'll start farming for it a little bit more. But I'm okay right now. But it's what I'm really after, though. The part that's exciting are the augments, because I could see some really cool stuff with those. And it's not all about Echo with me. This one's really cool. Receive healing of 2% from the damage dealt by your skills. I mean, that'll be really cool in some really cool skill builds outside of Refactor, or make Refactor stronger. Stuff like that. Or the one that you can refill out of Determined. But the good news is I always run Determined on my White Death, so it was one that was an easy decision for me. But for gear, it's like if you want to change cores or if you want to change a talent on your chest piece, you just locked it in, you know? And what's challenging about that, I was just thinking about this today, it's an interesting conversation, is the unicorns. So I have this unicorn backpack that would be ideal. This is my main Habsburg backpack for sniper and headshot builds. This would be one of those pieces you would want to prototype. But because it's a unicorn, by prototyping, I would break its rarity, so to speak. You know, it's rare because it's got 3 perfect stats that you would need in order to re-roll the core to whatever color you want, depending on what your built-in content need is. So I could change this to a blue core or a skill tier if I want to make a hybrid. And if I lock this into a prototype, I can no longer do that. And all that hard work to finally get that fucking unicorn is no longer. It was a waste. It was for nothing. And so that kind of sucks about prototype gear, right? But they're giving us abilities to recalibrate. And I think that's one of the use cases for the argument to have recalibration. So when that happens, then I would prototype this backpack, right? But I would still want to recalibrate the augments without it being so fucking expensive, you know? Because I just want that to be an extension of our gear. I think augments are an awesome idea. Put prototypes aside. That is like the next evolution of our gear. You know, if you could just put 6 augments on your gear as an added bonus, forget about prototypes. That's what prototypes should be, as a matter of fact. You should just skip all of this other shit, stats and whatever, and lock it in, don't lock it in, fuck all that shit. Just give prototype as a thing, and you can just rotate. It's all about the augments. That's all it is. It turns it purple, and you have this augment that gives you a special ability. That's the magic of prototype gear, you know. And maybe, and in my opinion, they should take off the expertise thing and just let it be its own thing. So I think how would people feel about prototype gear if it had nothing to do with expertise? Where do you think that would change people's mind? You know what I mean? What up, Martin? Thanks for that, bro. Yeah, keep the augments, lose the stats. Yeah. I mean, the stats are meaningless. You can just keep them. But I'm just saying, like, it's not so much about the stats. I'm saying it's about the augments. But what I'm saying is, more importantly, is like, what if we just lose the expertise thing? Like, would the community have the same complaints if there was no expertise related to prototype gear? Maybe it required exotic components to re-roll it, just like you would an exotic. So it still requires like SHD and recon data and exotic components, because exotic components aren't that rare, right? We can farm them. I can go farm them right now, like 1 a minute, right? So to speak, on average, using the priority objectives. You know, so 1 every couple of minutes, realistically. So like, you know, they're not that rare. It's just if you want to just bore yourself with that activity, right? So, which is why I don't do it that much. But, you know, like, so just to make it expensive to re-roll, I think would be ideal. But to not have to have your piece expertise to level 30, I feel like would squash a lot of the complaints about prototype in the first place. Knowing that we're getting recalibration, you know, knowing that we're getting optimization for it. Yeah, it's how you get the stats. Well, if the stats weren't a thing anymore, then that complaint would just be gone, right? They're not maxed. People want them to be maxed. And that wouldn't even be a thing anymore. But that's not going to be a thing anymore anyways, because we all know they're bringing in recalibration, which I assume means optimization. We'll see. But I think we're beyond that, all of that, unfortunately. So prototype is here as it is. I think that the sad part about how it works when you introduce something is like once you remove, if you were to remove a big component like that, say, okay, we're just going to take the attributes thing out of the picture. That's just no longer going to be a thing. People will be pissed, right? They're going to be pissed. The same people that hated it are going to be pissed that they removed it, you know? Because they're going to be like, so now I have to get level 30 expertise on my weapon just to get an augment? That doesn't feel strong enough. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a no-win thing. Either way, so I think it's here. They're just going to normalize it, right? They're going to make it so that it works like any other piece of gear. The real problem that nobody's talking about, and the one that I think is like an actual problem, is the cost to re-roll an augment is crazy, right? That's the real fucking problem. That's just the one thing they really need to fix. I mean, I've been lucky plenty of times, thank God, but my 1886, I don't even know what I want on it, but I've rolled it twice, and I'm afraid to roll it a third time, or whatever it is. But I got lucky on my pistol. Not that it fucking matters to have echo on it. The turmoil's got echo, which is lucky. The chest piece, I got echo on my like second roll, so I got lucky. Man, these servers are restarting all the time.
Control point identified.
Yeah, they didn't say optimization, but I think when they say recalibration, that makes me think they're saying optimization, because if you can recalibrate it, it'll go to full, right? It would be sad if you recalibrate it and it gives you the same quality, but with a different attribute. That would suck. You got 15%, I'm going to give you 15% again, but it's going to be status effects. The stack broker, it should be inventory related, right? Or can you not delete it? I don't know. I don't pay attention, fortunately, to that. I'm sure it counts as inventory. Is it that you can't delete it, so it shouldn't count? I don't know. Oh no, so we'll see. We'll see. Changes. We know they're going to change the drop rates. So I think that's the first thing we're going to see as a change, because that's probably the easiest change they can make. I hope recalibration comes on Tuesday also, though. Okay, so for this, we need a lot of defense. So what we're going to do is... Let's see what our headshot damage is just without that. 374, not that. Wrong guns. $278. It's probably acceptable. Utility is what we're going to saturate. So let's saturate utility. And then let's split. I think you split offense. Yeah. And then we're going to invert offense. No, that's not it. Maybe we split consume. We need to get this to 70. Oh, let me just look at my spreadsheet because I forgot how to do it. So we need saturate utility, invert defense, saturate defense. Okay. So we were kind of there. Invert defense. And then saturate defense. Okay, so we're max defense there we go. So 70s and 20s. So what that's going to do is give us a 20-second cooldown on our shock with a 20-meter radius, which is pretty darn good. So I took off the headshot damage bonuses because I figured we're going to have enough headshot damage. And then we got this free reload thing and weapon damage happening off of this, which is actually pretty cool. I was using it yesterday, and I was like, man, this is actually working out pretty cool. And I don't know. I think we probably overanalyzed the breaking point gear set when it launched because they're like, oh, there's these stacking things, and you can't stack while your bonuses are active. But when you're running a headshot build, it doesn't matter, I found. And so you're just getting a free reload from time to time, plus weapon damage and handling bonuses from time to time. So it's just kind of like, it's just there. It's just a nice to have, you know. But the reload is really nice when you're running directives. And so that seems to be a little bit of a boost to the build and a utility where I actually need it. So let's see here. What we want to be at is 2 shots, and we are. So we're at 2 shots, and now we're one-tapping everybody.
Reinforcements en route.
So what's interesting about this gear set is that it works proportionally to how your mag size, and that's how it scales. That's how the per stack scales. So I'm reloading, so the timer starts there. And then when it's done reloading, when it's done, it'll auto reload my weapon. Which I think it just happened. Damn. You guys are hitting fucking hard, man. Let's fix that armor break.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
With Lucky Shot, that might not be a bad idea, actually. The downside is I would like to try it with the Tinker mask, but I have my rifle prototype and it's bugged right now. Where Tinker's not working with prototype gear. We tried it the other day, and it wasn't recognizing it. But that's a great idea. You could replace my memento with the Tinker mask, but then I'd be forced into the breaking point backpack or chest. Which I don't think you want the chest. I don't remember what the backpack does. This happens to be a breaking point, control point, so maybe we'll get one. I think it's a damaged backpack. Ah!
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah. So it's like a mag extender. It doesn't skip reloads entirely unless you want to, but you don't. So you can skip reloads entirely by swapping weapons and then swapping back, and I got a full mag. Downside is that resets your determined talent. But it's a hell of a bonus to just be able to swap. Basically, it's got the Centurion Scabbard built into it. We like that. Boy, oh boy, we like that. For a free reloads is one of my favorite things in games. Just so OP. They added that to share or to VS's kit in the first Descendant. Has anybody tried that? It's actually pretty fucking good. She's better than Glay in that department.
Agent, we need you to stabilize downtown east.
It is nice from that perspective, so I swapped out of my rifle to quickly get that pistol kill. Come back to your rifle and it's full mag. Backpack is damaged. All right. Well, let's see if we got one then. I want to do Retaliations 2 today. I want to show it as a use case for farming mods for new players. You get a shitload of mods out of there. Everybody's super. Everybody's super, so they're not super, huh? It's an interesting this onslaught game mode. Interesting. Curious on what players think about it. There's a little this. It's got that Division 2 bug where, you know, where people hate the game but they still play it. You know what I mean? Like that thing. You know, I can't leave the game because there is a fun element in it. There's the build up. It's got a lot of right components to it, right? But people are hate with like they don't hate the game but the dev direction, right? They're just like, how are they keep missing the point? But there are a couple of guys that I like to listen to, you know, that aren't well known. They got some interesting opinions. They're not afraid to say if they don't like something.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
What I found, I've played a lot of it. This new game mode. It's called Onslaught. I played a lot of it. A lot. I did find myself actually falling asleep while playing it. Like literally. And I just don't know if I was actually tired or not. So I have to try to remind myself. But I remember when I was falling asleep while playing it, I was thinking, man, I'm falling asleep while I'm playing this. That can't be a good thing. And so it's because it's actually like escalation game mode in so many ways. You like Elisa? I think Elisa's fucking nuts. He's kind of annoying. I mean, in an innocent way. You know what I mean? He's innocent in a way, you know, in so many ways. So I don't like hate him for it. But he's annoying to listen to because it's like shows way too much detail, talks way too much, he rambles way too much. It's very incoherent. I don't know what he's trying to say. I get his point, but I don't know what he's trying to say. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, I get your point. You don't like it and you're mad. But none of the points he's making are actually solid, you know, or whatever. I'm not saying all my arguments are, but I'm just saying, like, I have a hard time listening to that guy. But, and like, he's like, in the same day he'll put out a video, like, the game fucking sucks, it's dead. Best game in the world. Long live the first Descendant in the same fucking day. But like, man, this guy's all over the place. But maybe that's why he's so likable, right? Anyways, yeah, but he's entertaining. He's entertaining that way. I watch some of his videos. I try to watch him. Honestly, I do. Oh, fuck. I try to watch him. But I find myself just clicking away pretty quickly. I try to watch him because there's nobody creating First Descendant content, right? It's him, basically, and then some French dude. Nobody's making videos over there. He fell asleep at Countdown, yeah. It's like Countdown. It's actually like Countdown in many, many ways. It's like escalation game mode in many, many ways. And so the reason why I was falling asleep is because the enemies are so fucking tanky that you're just wailing on them for so long. And then you got that sound of like, brrr. Like, you ever fall asleep riding a motorcycle? because of the vibration and the sound of the motorcycle. It's like kind of like a white noise thing. Anyways, so when you make NPCs that are really fucking tanky, that happens to me, you know? The baker's dozen makes me fall asleep. Chunk, 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 chunk.
Incoming backup request.
Anyways,
Reinforcements incoming.
if you're going for sniping, like with an actual sniper, then the hot shot's better. But because I'm a strictly rifle here, then that gives me the. Come on, dude.
Agent incapacitated.
Fucking turret back there is wailing on me. All right, he's not gonna be able to save me. Let me just kill myself again.
Agent vital signs 0.
These guys are hitting fucking hard nowadays, man.
Putting an end to it right on target.
I mean, Rangers is all defense, right? They're not getting more damage from Rangers, are they? I mean, we do have an armor core. You know what I mean? We're almost 1 million in armor. And then we got armor regen and shit like that. And I just feel so squishy. I guess you always feel squishy in this game. But that's like I'm saying, like they just armor's so worthless. They've been adding damage resistance for us, but it's always in like really annoying places. Like I don't want to use it. Like Aegis gives us damage resistance, but I don't know, it's just weird. I don't feel like I'm getting damage resistance when I have it on. And so you have no damage and the defense isn't strong enough. That's how it's kind of felt with Aegis. You have no damage because you rolled all into this damage resistance. That just doesn't feel that awesome. Yeah. It's like I feel better with my Memento and 6 blue cores. That's more damage resistance than I need, I feel like. I mean, that's all the damage. It feels better than Aegis. I would like more. I mean, it's weird how just a simple protection from elites build feels stronger, at least. I don't know if it is or not. Than Aegis. And, you know, there's so many non-elites. Aegis doesn't discriminate.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
The enemies get damage resistance that doesn't discriminate either, and I think we need that. They just get flat out damage resistance as part of the modifier kit. I want some of that. I think I'm gonna join the Black Tusk.
Supply
Yeah,
room
Foundry
access
does.
unlocked.
Yeah, I could.
Oh, hell yes. We got them all.
Yeah, like all our stuff is so conditional. There's always a condition tied to it. That's what makes it complicated, doesn't it? Give us that power full time.
Hope this weather doesn't get too bad on me.
Okay, let's see what we got. So the backpack, we got the right one. It says increase on point weapon damage from 4% to 7%. So 7 times how many rounds are in our mag, which is 8. So 56% weapon damage. Next weekend we will get back on track with the music and our party streams. So not tomorrow, but next Saturday. Okay, retaliations. Don't know, I'd be slacking. I'm just trying to, I got a lot going on with the resurgence stuff too. And
You're in
so
position.
I need to slow down over
Time
there
is
so I
of the
can
essence, Agent.
get back on schedule. But there's always something, man. There's always something. Now we got the spring event, and you know, there comes a new wave of stuff I gotta focus on. It's a good problem to have. Really? So you got a ton of survivability. I mean, you have it's practical, the quantity we have. It's a better way to put it. But you still got to play careful because these guys, for some reason, are just hitting really hard. I can't put my finger on it exactly. Keep saying that and feeling it, but then I try to figure out, like, where's the extra damage coming from? Why do I feel so glassy? You know?
Reinforcements en route. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Heavily armored hostile detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Felt that fucking. They gave me a haircut. Ah.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
There's only like a couple of bullets that actually hit me and it took half my armor. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's what's certain.
Use that cover to flank.
I like waffles. What's my age again? Hope we get some Black Tusk. I haven't seen them very often.
Hostile kill squad nearby. Stay alert.
Oh, I missed him. Come on. That was 20 meters. Fuck.
Friendly control point.
Kill squad down.
Give me some good. Did they give me any good? I need me some, I don't know, Eagle Bear shit or something. Not from those dudes, huh? Worth the 15 bucks? Honestly, I mean, yeah. But it's even more worth it if you pick it up in a bundle that's already got some of the other stuff. It makes it way more digestible. But if I had to, if I wasn't able to buy a bundle, then yeah, I would still spend the 15 bucks. Just even if I only played it once through. I thought it was good enough for that. The missions are very well designed, beautiful.
Hostile detected.
You also get an exotic and stash space with it, and a level 40 boost. That alone. I mean, we're not making mules or anything, but it still makes it easy to make your extra characters. And you get the stash space. I think they priced it so that it's really hard to say no to. But even without the bonuses, just focusing on story and mission design, yeah, I totally think it's worth it. And it is replayable. It's just, there's just something about DLCs in the Division 2 where I don't go replay them. That's just me, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's got a nice open world. The hunter quest in there is really cool, by the way. Really cool. All sorts of hunter masks. I mean, that alone is worth 15 bucks. But, you know, I'm just trying to get you to use my creator code and make me some money, so make sure you do that. If you're going to spend it.
Serious trauma detected.
Fuck! That's the shit I'm talking about! You know what I mean? We're like OP in here, and I get one fucking tap. Basically 2 tap. Once for being shot in the back, and once for being fucking punched in the belly. It's so annoying. There's no real good counter to the melee. I mean, I guess it'd be Adrenaline Rush. Be your best bet against it, but, you know, you're not going to do that, are you? Just for a melee? Anyways, but yeah, if you can find it in a bundle, man, that's the way to go. What up, Reaper? Yeah, I don't feel Retro. I don't go to Weaver enough. He's an inconvenience to me. I want to, but every time I go, oh yeah, I need to go visit Weaver. Oh, you're closed. Why don't they just make him fucking open 7 days a week once you discover him? You know, you discover him, he's open, but no, it's like, what's with the rotation on the fucking open close days? Stupid. You can only use this vendor if you play video games on Wednesday. That's basically what it is. But if you play video games on Saturdays, you cannot. What?
Reinforcements incoming. Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
We could probably run an extra armor core. That might help. Just pick up a little bit more bonus armor, you know? But, you know, like, I feel like we just have a lot of survivability already. I don't really feel like I should have to do that. But it's more like, you know, when they want to kill you in this game, they're just going to do it. You know? It's just, when you're fucked, you're fucked.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Doesn't matter how much armor you got on at the time when they're about to cross the line with you. No escape, motherfuckers. I mean, look at that shit. Fucking perfect accuracy. Look at that. He took all my armor. Nothing. It took him nothing to take my armor. Jesus Christ, right? Need to fix that. We'll fix up. Make us a little tankier. Oh, look at all of these fucking turrets. I can destroy these turrets, though, with a single jab. That is a fucking annoyance.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
The auto reload's pretty cool. It just happened right there. It's just gonna be there, you know? Jesus Christ. Oh man, last season fucking sucked, Yoko. Last season was one of the worst seasons we had in a very long time. Companions were just a big waste. Oh no, last season wasn't really a season. Last season was all right. I don't remember it. Do you guys remember last season? It was the anniversary season, but I don't remember what we did. Do you remember what we did? I don't remember what we did. And that was only a couple of weeks ago. So it wasn't very impressionable. Oh, that's right. It brought the realistic game mode, which was a big fucking pointless activity. But the real season before that was a fucking joke. Yeah. And the companions was just really bad. And I like the idea of companions. Ghost Recon did a really cool job back in the day. I think it was Ghost Recon.
Hostile kill squad nearby. Stay alert.
There were 4 operators. And you could command them or you could be them. I need to stay away from that fucking sniper and that grenadier. The grenadier. Oh, look, he got me. What do you fucking know? Way outside of his stream.
Detected.
Fucking A. Dude is moonwalking. Son of a bitch. How did she? I mean, come on. Like magic at finding me, huh? And the problem is I don't got a shot on them. They got a shot on me always. Because they got damage that can pull you out of cover. Like his fucking explosions. Oh, it's on range. Want the head of yours, bro. There it is. It's nice that this gear set also gives you headshot damage. I mean, marksman rifle damage.
Kill squad eliminated.
You stress me out. It is the breaking point gear set, and it actually makes the rifle feel stronger than the sniper. I'm running it. It's probably not the case, but I can whip out these shots quite quick. We need an armor kit, huh? Figure out where we're going up here. I don't come to this part of town very often. There's that armor kit. Ask and you shall receive. This is from I Am Legend, this dude here. Please don't respond. That's from Ghostbusters. Oh, you son of a.
Someone's down.
Come on, man. See what I'm telling you? Determined or not, I miss shots, bro. These guys run so fast. Yeah, Brass Bet. Yeah, I could do that. Or you could post it. Yeah, do that. Do that. I'll try not to forget. That's the problem. Sometimes I forget. Because I'm old. But as far as willingness, I'm willing. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. If you want to. I like to share, man. Is my armor broken? Son of a bitch, it is. Armor broken is broken.
Deploy grenade. One down.
Just got a full reload there. Yeah, I like this gear set. Especially with armor or ammo hoarders. Because what happens is you'll get cut off. You cut off your reload when you cancel it.
Heavily armored
And then if you hit reload again, it'll dump your mag, right? And I do cancel it enough to where that's a thing.
hostile detected.
Ah, there's that server, huh?
Press A to start. Press Y.
Let's hope we get right back in, brothers. Okay, as soon as I get done with this, go ahead and put what you need to there, Brassy. As soon as I get done with this dealio here, I'll take a look at it. I got your back, Brassy. I got your back. Yeah, Yoko, I'm not using them on live streams as much, but I do continue. Tito does want to show up to videos more as a commentator. More on those deep topics where he's got an opinion on. Yeah, Shroud is not a bad weapon. Do not get me wrong; it's actually pretty good. Bro, let me in. No, they were doing a restart, and you know, it's trying to figure out what to do next. Hollow Man Habsburg. Going Headhunter style. All right. Spot on. What is that? Accuracy, setup. Overdogs, Cheska knees. Jesus Games. Jesus has arrived. Oh, they broke the game. I got your back, Jesus. No worries, man. Appreciate your shout out, though. What's with the Hollow Man, though, Brassy? Why are we going Hollow Man? And I'm not catching your backpack. Because you got a headhunter on the chest. Is one of these a backpack? Is this set up a backpack? I think it is, right? That's probably a backpack. The Hollow Man seems a little out of place. Oh, that's right. That's right. The setup is the that's right. Gives you more amplified damage. That's a great backpack. And spot on is the accuracy holster, isn't it? Yeah. One gives you more accuracy. I think that's probably overkill. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. The thing, it's the mechanic with the shotgun, the sheriff shotgun, right? So in order to get all of that accuracy buff, all of that handling buff, you got to stand still when you're shooting. And so so you could balance that out with the accuracy buff. Yeah, I just don't think you need the damage to health. I like damage to health. I like the Hollow Man mask. I just have a hard time finding it to fit in the game. You know what I mean? I mean, it's great against Chungas. Obviously, there's all sorts of damage to health targets. It's just when you're playing heroic content, damage to health targets aren't an issue because you just delete them off the map real fast. When you're playing legendary content, damage to health targets are just not the majority. Maybe that's how I feel about it. I don't know. Maybe. In other words, like, not every room has Chungas and Warhounds. I guess it depends on the legendary, doesn't it? So maybe that's hard to argue that. It's a good piece, though. Yeah, it's just a little random, isn't it? I mean, but when I run all named item builds, those are fun to run. An all named item challenge is kind of like what you got here. You got an all named item challenge build, basically. But what are you struggling with? Are you struggling with anything, or you just want to see my take on it? You have amalgam, yeah. The pellets are making it proc all the time, I'm guessing. So you're not struggling with anything. Oh, good, we're getting back in the game finally. You just want my take on it? Okay. That's, so my, like, it's a really good foundation of a build. The backpack chest, solid. I decided to go away from headhunter builds with the shotgun. Although it worked great, and it works awesome, you might even...
The area is partially secure, Agent.
what do I gotta do?
Entering safe area.
So we lost because of that. That sucks, bro. Well, how much did we get? We got 62. No. We had, that would have been nice. 7. We got 14 mods off of that. Quality. So we're looking for a new player perspective. Not bad. Let's just go play and let's get 3 of these back to back,
In proximity.
because I want to show players, like, I want to give them the ultimate mod farm basically, and I think this is going to be better than anything else we have for new players. So I also have this manhunt I got to do too. Okay, so we need a rescue. We need to do a rescue operation. I think it has to be in the zone, right? Does the rescue operation have to be in the zone? Do you guys know? Basically, you have to clear an entire zone to get it, don't you? I have a zone cleared, and this one never works for that. Yeah, skill damage attribute. Yeah, you should be able to get that. I think the refactor gloves comes with an armor core, though. Are there knees dropping with an armor core? If so, there's an actual ratio to it. Okay, so a while ago, this is something you may not know, and I actually have charts for it. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll post it. I'm not done with you, Brassy. I'm not done with you. So a long time ago, the devs addressed the rainbow issue. And so they put an equation to how gear drops. And so there's actually, here it is. I got it. Okay. Rainbow loot equation. So let me put this up. A lot of people haven't been around long enough to know this. And this would be your problem that you're facing. So let me open this image up. Hold on, let me attach it. If you want to learn something new today, this is your chance. It's called Rainbow Loot 3. Okay. Now let's show that bad boy. Cool. All right, let me hide this overlay. So basically what was happening is people were getting a bunch of random shit. So they'd get weapon damage, and then they'd get skill haste, and then they'd get hazard protection or something like that. And it was just like, and so this is before we had all gear optimization when they made these changes, I think, if I recall. So it was much more of an issue back then than it is now, because now you could just get 2 things to match, and then you re-roll the other one, and you optimize everything else. But before we had optimization, you needed everything to match and then be God rolled, right? And so it was very frustrating back in the day. So what they did is they added it so that they increased the chance of 2 of those things matching. So if you're here, this is just an example, right, of a red core attribute. So with a red attribute, you have 100% chance of one of those stats, the first random attribute, to be red. And then the second attribute, I think if I'm reading this right, is Let's see, any remaining attribute, 9.1% chance. What were they saying there? They were probably explaining this. So we have to interpret this. So I think the chances on the left, so the middle column, so let me just explain this. I'm kind of thinking out loud here. So all the attributes that are listed, that's your possibilities. The one that says chances was how it was before Title Update 11. So you had an equal chance of getting everything, which was 8.3% chance of getting status effects as your first random attribute. Yeah, that's what it is. So you had an 8.3% chance of getting status effects as your first random attribute when you had a red core, which is just as equal to crit chance, which is what you're after. So it'd be very frustrating because everything has an equal opportunity of showing up there. After PTS, or after Title Update 11, they made it so that the first random attribute won't even consider blue or yellows. So it's 100% red. And then the second attribute is now will have a chance to get any of the three at a 9.1% chance because one of those things is off the table. So if you got crit chance, then, you know, it's no longer 8.3 times 1, 2, 3. Let's say 4, 8, 16 or 4, 8, 12. Instead, it's 11. There's 11 items because you can't have 2 crit chances. So that's why that's at 9.1% chance instead of 8.3. So everything's got a higher percent chance of dropping, but still equal chances amongst each other. So your problem is he's talking about the refactor gear and why he can't get skill damage or it's being a challenge. So because some of those pieces are running with a blue core, if I recall, I'm not sure which ones do. I think the gloves are one of them though. Then that means it's got a really high chance and it's not 100% because there's only one attribute. I don't know what it is for gear sets. This is talking about high-end loot. So for gear sets, your percentages are different. Because there's only one slot that is in question, one attribute that's in question, it can't be 100% chance. Then you would never have a shot of anything else. So it's going to be a really high chance of being blue if it's a blue core. So you're going to get a higher chance of armor regen, explosive resistance, hazard protection, and health. And then crit then all the red and the yellow chances are going to be less than what the blue drops at. But it's still possible. So he says, Chevy says, mask, chest, holster come yellow, backpack, gloves, and knee pads come blue. So that's your challenge. So your challenge, Dr. M. Chaser, or DRM Chaser, I'm not sure which one, is that your blues are more competitive at dropping than your other colors for those pieces. But they do come. They do come because I have them, I think.
Friendly control point nearby.
So on my retaliation build, I mean my refactor build, I'm pretty sure I have them. Yeah. So that's my refactor gear set. I do have a blue core on my gloves because I know I'm always going to run technician that allows me to do that. So you might consider that. So my gloves have a blue core, so I just re-rolled the sub attribute to skill damage. So the one that you might only be struggling with are going to be your knee pads, but it's possible. I got it. So I know the challenge, my brother. I know the challenge. Yeah, that's proto gear with even more sets on. That's true. What comes around goes around. Is that what you meant, Grumpy? Yeah. What's old is what's new. As is above, shall it be below. Yeah. New devs, different problems, right? Okay, hold on a second. Let's get back to the build question. But let me quickly... save this. Okay. So the build question. First, let me go back to the build I'm running so you guys could just stare at it. So Brassy is running the Sheriff Shotgun. If you don't know the Sheriff Shotgun, it's the exotic we got. I think that was last season from the Climax mission. And it turned out to be really good. I used it for a bit in the PTS, and my impressions were, well, it's strong. I don't know where it fits in the game. I mean, there's shotguns that are stronger, and I really like my headhunter builds, and so I'm just going to default to those shotguns for that. But I was like, but maybe the Sheriff will be my new headhunter shotgun. Maybe. Because, wow, you really can reach out and touch somebody with this no damage drop off and accuracy. It allows you to really get out there and land those headshots. They're still going to be spread, and so it's still a riskier shot when you go out there and go for the actual head. So it's a better, in my opinion, it's a better weapon. If you're going to be reaching out for range, I think you're better off center mass. But yeah, but it's still, even if you're just buying yourself 1 or 2 extra meters and you're not going 20 meters with it, even if you're buying yourself just 1 or 2 extra meters, that's meaningful in a run and gun shotgun build. If you're going to go headhunter. So it's a you could go either way. So whether you run the Thorn or something with, what's that talent we use all the time? The shotgun talent. I forget the name of it now, but there's the shotgun talent, Pummel. Or you go with Pummel on the M870 or whatever. It's you could go either way. I could be happy either way. So I was coming out of the PTS with like, well, I could use the Sheriff for a headhunter build. But I am content with what I have. An extra couple of meters is great, but so's an auto reload, right? So that's also great. So's extra 30% weapon damage. And my Thorn is already stronger. And my other guns are already stronger. So, but I was like, but the other shotguns don't go well with, it like bridges the gap between the ACS 12 and your M870. That's where the Super 90 sits. And so what does the ACS 12 do good? What is it best at? Well, it's really good at stacking, right? And so it's before this shotgun, it was like the only shotgun you could run Striker with. I mean, maybe the Sausage 12, you can do that one. Maybe the 612, maybe. But the ACS was the only one that was reliable enough to run with like Heartbreaker or Striker because it could actually stack. And so the Sheriff leans is closer to that shotgun. And then they gave it the damage to also make it closer to the Pummel or to the M870. So what is the M870 good? Well, it's really, really good at, slaying enemies and with 1 to 3 shots, which is, so power, right? And which was why it makes a great headhunter weapon. So with the Sheriff sitting there in the middle, I was like, what makes it stand out as a really unique weapon, besides its damage drop off and accuracy as a stat, obviously that's unique enough, but is that it can build those stacks and have the power at the same time. It's one of the only weapons that it's the only shotgun that could do that with the Striker, right? And still have power, because ACS shotgun is still weak, right? You can feel pretty good with it as a full-time weapon, don't get me wrong, but you do have to put a lot of shots out on a single elite that puts you into a reload. And so you're just putting out a lot of shots, right? Even though you're slaying, there's a lot of reloads happening and shit like that. So, and so when we actually got this weapon introduced to the game, finally, as its final version, and then spending more time with it, I came to determining that, yeah, this weapon belongs, you could have fun with it in any way, but where it shines with me was with talents like Obliterate or with gear sets like Striker, because it stacks and it has power too. And there's a lot of power that comes out of this thing. And then Brass Bat has this real unique thing where he's found that, you know, because of the pellet count and how amalgam works, you can get status effects or you can proc things because of the pellets, which is also really cool. That's actually a pretty smart application. I like that. So what I'm trying to say is that Headhunter works, but I don't think the shotgun really shines with Headhunter. So that's one of the things I would change. So, and that's because I came to that conclusion, right? You know, just the way I analyze things. But it doesn't make it wrong, just as I was telling you. Like, it's a very good Headhunter shotgun, but I already have a shotgun that does that well and arguably better. And I get a free reload with it and more damage with it. And it's already stronger. And so I'm putting out less shots. Where all I'm getting out of the Sheriff shotgun is a couple of extra meters, which is meaningful, but not as meaningful as any of those other things. So, but I do like the idea of sniping. I know where you're going with this. You're like, fuck you, Black Tusk, fuck you, shotgunner, True Sun dude, shotgun. You know, you're sniping me with your goddamn M870. I'm gonna do it back, and I like that idea. You know, I like that idea. But you're still sniping with it, but you're going center mass. You know, and triple tapping them, wham, 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 and they're dead, you know? And I think that if you build with enough power behind that to keep it consistently, like 2 to 3 shots, and play within 20 meters, then you could be pretty regular at that, at like 15 meters, you know? You don't want to go too far because it just ends up adding an extra shot, which ends up turning into more reloads and stuff like that. But you can still keep Headhunter and play with that mentality, and just every now and again, you just got that really strong punch coming out of Headhunter to help boost your DPS from time to time. But it's just so nice that this runs with the equalizer chest piece. That's a luxury that not other shotguns can do except for the ACS-12. And so I would want to do that. And so I'd probably swap out that chest piece with the equalizer and then also get the 5% rate of fire and get that perfect equalizer. Now, and the only thing that would suck or not work with that is if you're absolutely not running crits, but you happen to be running the Cheska knee pads because of its special turmoil ability, right? I think that's what you're running. And so you got to boost in crits anyways. So I figure, you know, we could lean into that. But if you're running Headhunter, then you probably would have wanted to make sure you had the 150% headshot damage threshold, except you're using your modifiers, which probably got you there. So you probably have the best of both worlds. Let me see. What did he say about his modifiers? Convert offense. Yeah. So you're using to headshots. So you have your headshots. So you have the best of both worlds. So I'm guessing you put... did you go all into headshots everywhere as far as stats? Or are you still running crits? I see. I would see what you probably went into head stacks. I bet, because you didn't have Obliterate. Oh, you do have your crit chance. Yeah. Yeah, so you're leaning into headshots, so you don't have a lot of incentives to peak your crits, even though you have peak crits. But that's what I would do. It's just an easier way to play. You're going to get more out of the shotgun, you know? As far as spamming that trigger a little bit more. That's what I would do. But I see I've already made that decision because I've already distinguished this shotgun as a more of a body shot weapon than a headshot weapon, so that I can take advantage of that accuracy a little bit more. Doesn't mean I don't go for headshots, but... So the other thing is the spot on holster. I don't think I have one right now. Not this. Yeah, the spot on holster. I think it's on my other character. Oh, I do have one. Yeah, so he's running spot on, which is giving him 38% accuracy and another 10% accuracy. So 48% accuracy. And then you could even put weapon handling on that and pick up another, would that be 56% accuracy? Because I think weapon handling is only 8%, right? I just think that I think you're at a good place already with your accuracy. But like I was saying earlier, you can't justify it
Detected from the control point.
if you're moving around and you want those shots a little more accuracy also while you're shooting. Then you know you got 50% of what the shotgun is putting out when you're standing still in the form of accuracy. There we go. Yeah, so you have, because honestly I think 100% accuracy is plenty. And so I think it might be hard. It might be hard to really distinguish between 100 and 150% accuracy. And that 100% is not even counting your watch. And then you have your watch on top of that. So you're actually really fucking high on accuracy. And then if you have any weapon handling stretched around the rest of your build, you can get quite ridiculous. I doubt you're pulling much value off of that, so I'd probably swap that. At the very least, I would swap that piece out.
Agent in need of backup.
And then even if you, then you could run the salvo holster, even if you wanted to keep your headhunter chest piece. Then you pick up that 10% RPM. Is that 10%? One of the great things about this shotgun, though, is you're not, well, you are running the exotics gloves, but, you know, it does work with the Centurion Guard holster, so you can get a free reload and not lose any buffs or perks, including Headhunter. So you could do a quick swap and get that free reload in. So many different ways to go with your build. So many different ways. They can turn you in circles here. But that's basically it. Hollow Man is a choice. And you're running it for a specific reason. I don't know if there's anything really better for that slot that we have that, you know, stands out from a unique perspective. I mean, you're not playing into anything that Chill Out would make sense for. Here's a Hollow Man. So he's running this, except probably headshot or crits. And health damage is nice. It's another multiplier, and it does apply on everybody. Everybody's got a health bar, even elites. If you're one-tapping elites, if that's your goal, then you're not getting anything out of this. Also, if your goal, you know, the Headhunter is going to bypass that health damage bonus. Headhunter should also bypass the ammo gam. As a matter of fact, I think I'm running it right now. Yeah. So have you noticed that I haven't been able to put out a status effect? Well, one, I don't have pellets, so your chances are better. But if you're one-tapping people, they're not going to receive the status effects because they're dead. Or it doesn't matter. However, at those times when you're not one-tapping somebody, then yeah, it's definitely coming in handy. So I could see that. I guess it just comes down to min-maxing or not. So if you wanted to talk yourself out of the Hollow Man mask, I don't know if there's anything else really out there that's super fantastic, except for something like a Providence or a Habsburg just to give you more headshot damage. But I doubt you need much of that, right? So that is what it is. The gloves you're running are fine. I mean, everybody loves the overdogs, right? Nice little piece. The only reason why I'd swap those out is if I was running the, decided to go with the scabbard for the reload, but the reload's not that bad on that thing, especially with all your weapon handling. Yeah, so if you feel like you're able to feel the spot on bonus, then yeah, all right. What distance are you playing out? Are you like aiming for that like 15-meter radius? All right, let's get back to some gameplay. So, Dr. Hannes, you just got to own all the little tidbits. The last one they gave us was 50 pieces for your stash. That came from the season pass, the bundled. So I bought the $30 bundle, and that came with stash space. Okay, let me clean some of this up real quick. And then Brooklyn gave you some stash. The year one pass gave you some stash. And Warlords in New York. And I think that's all of them. Yeah, I really like it with the Memento too. Some people don't get the Memento edition. You know, they're like, oh, it's all about the ninja bike. The problem with the ninja bike, I agree the ninja bike is an option. But what does it open it up? What does it open up? That's what I had a problem with the ninja bike. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does it really give you access to? An extra skill tier. You know, when so you can run a Brazos. But outside of the Brazos, what are you getting? You know? Oh, I can run, you know, something that gives me what? Oh, I mean, Wyvern? For status effects? I mean, no, you're not going to be looking for that. A Hannah for 10% skill damage? Who gives a shit about that? And so that's the problem with I want to run the ninja bike because the 3 cores and it opens things up, but then I have a hard time picking anything. It's like nothing seems valuable enough for the sacrifice, you know? And I like the ninja bike. I have no problems running the ninja bike. But I just, on the core build, I'm like, well, what the core build is going to need is damage. And the one thing that the ninja bike does is prevent you from getting the most out of your damage. It's really good at doing that, you know, which is fine on some builds. There's many builds where like, I'm cool in the damage department. I don't need any more damage. I'm looking for something else. And the ninja bike is going to provide that. But not on a core build. On a core build, it's the opposite scenario. You have everything. Now you need damage. And so the ninja bike can just struggle with that one. You know, I want to use it on the core, but I'm having a hard time. And I have used it. I do have a ninja bike build. I probably deleted it. So there's my core build right there, I believe. Yeah. And I'm running the Memento. And I did have one with the Ninja. I probably deleted it just because. Yeah, just because. Yeah, I must have deleted it. But yeah, so I'm just not loving that. I actually prefer the core strength backpack over the ninja bike. And there's people who are making videos saying you don't want to run the core strength backpack, you want to run the ninja bike. But look, the ninja bike isn't providing any real value. It's opening up some slots for some things, but what core strength really needs is damage. It's got everything else. And the ninja bike's just not doing that in a meaningful way. And so I rather run the core strength backpack, pick up all the 3 gears, cores, I mean, and then run a different exotic, like the Overdogs or the new Investor Mask or the Waveform holster or something. I don't know. But then even better is the Memento, because then you got this crazy skill efficiency thing going. And I agree with you. That skill efficiency is fucking nuts. I saw the video. I didn't watch it. Why would he do that? Yeah, it's pretty weak sauce. I mean, I could run it like on a striker build and feel really good about it because, you know, strikers are strong, right? Or certain things like that. Or if you're running a utility build, that's cool, I guess. Okay, so we need to get one of these hostage things to pop up. And the only way to do that is by clearing out some areas, I guess. Should I just finish out this area? It's a fucking hyena central, though. I fucking hate hyenas. But I guess so. What do we got to do, huh?
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I mean, it's just a thing, you know, when you go to the slot machine. This is where I don't get why people think there's no RNG in the game. There's plenty of RNG in the game. There's plenty of gambling already in the game. I don't see where the devs are adding gambling into the game when it's been here the whole fucking time. I don't get that argument. I just haven't seen that argument making sense to me. Be like, you guys didn't know that RNG's been here this whole time? Every time you step up to re-roll or craft, have you tried crafting anything? Or what about when something drops? You know that's RNG and that's a gamble, right?
Reinforcements incoming.
But this is the trick. We all know this about the benches, right? When you get in a rut, when you're stuck, you don't keep fucking rolling unless you're a gambling addict. Yeah, don't send this guy to Vegas. Come back without a finger. Am I right? You're not supposed to keep, you know, if that slot machine's not paying out, you need to go find another slot machine. You need to give it a break. That doesn't change RNG. RNG is what it is, but for some reason, that's just the way to do it, right? What is the logic behind that, actually?
Friendly combatants detected.
That's why it's called the Investor. Good point. Good call. Yeah, I didn't watch the video because I know the outcome. And I know the conversation. You know? It's just one of those things. What's really irritating me is that we're not able to get more than one of these masks. Because that's the real solution, too. Is just to first go and farm a bunch of these, because you're going to need 3 anyways, and just hope one of those is the one you need. I mean, wouldn't it suck? Let me tell you the worst part of that scenario, okay? Is that he's going to need 2 more investor masks at least, if not 3 more. I mean, I need 3 more because I'm going to want one of every color, and then I'm going to want a hybrid one. of some sort, you know? So wouldn't it be some shit if he rolled 300 exotic components so he can get his all red, and then when he goes out to farm his additional 3 or 4, he gets one that's all fucking red?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I mean, I think that's why you don't do that, right? On that particular one. Because you know you're going to need to farm more of them anyways. And as you're re-rolling 4 of them, there's a chance that any of them could put out. I think that's called like variable, what is that? Variable statistics or something like that?
Ski detected.
I'm not like a super math head or anything like that, but there's variable probability, yes. So you would, I think, I'm probably horrible at explaining variable probability because it's like some advanced shit, but if you ever watched 21, did you ever watch 21? Where this like Harvard little math genius dude joins this poker club and they go and take on Vegas, counting cards and shit. You ever see that one? It's called 21, as in like poker 21. Anyways, but one of the reasons he got selected for that poker club was because of his ability to understand variable probability. And he did a really good job of explaining it. But when you introduce a variable, then in their example, it was like a game show where, you know, the game show host shows 3 doors. Behind one of those doors is a brand new car, he says. And then beyond the other 2 doors is a fucking goat, right? And then he asks him to pick. Which one do you pick, right? He says, I'll pick the door in the middle. And then he's like, are you sure? And he's like, yes. And then the teacher reveals the 3rd door. And behind it is the goat. So now there's only 2 doors, right? And then the teacher asks him, all right, so now you know it's not door number 3. So it could be the door you picked, or it could be behind door number 1. Do you want to change your pick? And the kid changes his pick, right? He ends up changing to door number 1 instead of door number 2. Simply because of the variable probability in math, even though nothing changed. Nothing, which is really weird, right? And I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that. It's just like, but nothing actually changed. Like, it could still be behind. Hold on a second. Oh, she's getting. It could still be behind door number 2, which is the one you chose. He didn't change though. He didn't mix and match the doors, but it's something about the statistics of it. The fact that when he originally made his choice, he had a 1 in 3 chance, but now his choice is based off of a 1 in 2 chance. So it's to his benefit to pick the other one based on variable probability, apparently. But it's still hard to understand that. Right on, CT. Darky. Yeah, I don't get these 3-day events. I think they're kind of dumb. That's why I haven't been making... I mean, I like the bonuses that they give you, but that's why I haven't been making videos about them. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't want to... It takes a lot of time to make a video about anything. Okay? And so, by the time I make this video, so many hours are going to be gone in this 3-day event. By the time you see this video, so even more hours are going to be gone. And then you get all these people that are seeing it, and it's too late. Better luck next season. I mean, I like the idea of sprinkling in a bunch of mini events. to keep us busy and engaged and, you know, and having fun and excited about things. But and in an indirect way, it can turn into a helpful for your XP farm, giving a slight boost to that, but it's too indirect. So I get free reload there. That was nice.
Reinforcements en route.
So, you know, there's no reward system with this, and it would be nice to have that as part of it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Deploy.
No shot here.
Agent requesting backup.
Yeah, so the best way to use this gear set is just to equip it and forget it. And you just get into those little perks all the time.
Heavily armed hostile detected.
Division.
Let's get the job done. They're trying to surround us.
I mean, that is one athletic ass heavy gunner, right? I mean, he popped this dude. Man, he's hella good at burpees. I'll tell you that. I mean, he just pops up so fucking fast. Same with this guy. I mean, I can land a shot because he pops up so fast. I need to work on my burpees. My digital burpees. I can't land a shot now. There it is. Let me break my armor.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Nice glitch. He just disappeared right when I aimed at him.
Damn, we get flanked.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You guys remember, have you been playing long enough to remember when they increase the spawn speed when they run out of the door? There was a point when they didn't look like they were all cranked up.
Detected. Near location. Guarded by hostiles.
There was a time in the good old days where they would come out of a door at normal speeds. And now they come out like a bat out of fucking hell.
Unlocked.
And you could be standing right in front of them and miss every single fucking dude. Or maybe that's just me. That's right, whole sauce. That's what I mean. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. It's like more lottery tickets, better chance, right? Yeah. I was lucky enough to get mine. I didn't have anything else to do. So I rolled mine. Got the all blue one on like my third try, so it just ended up being really lucky. And I'm sure my next one will be a pain in the ass. Okay, so that should open up our chance at getting the rescue. Let's clear this because these guys might be in our way. Digital burpees.
Friendly control point detected.
Friendly soldiers go down. Help!
Sometimes the pulse is annoying. You think you're shooting something, but because you can see their outline,
Detecting additional hostile contact.
when in fact you're shooting nothing.
They're trying to get
Or is that just me?
Locking the enemy down. Holy crap!
Yeah, what do you guys think about these directives? They're pretty cool, man. But like, I do have to say, I think there's a lot of ways to mix and match things, but I still think that the active modifiers are too hard to pass up for the stats, you know? I mean, the unlimited cooldown on your hive kind of shit with overcharge is pretty darn cool. But I like that they did the stats thing because there are some builds that just that don't benefit from that kind of thing, you know? Like a turret drone build, although you can get off on the unlimited overcharge thing. The cooldown thing just doesn't really apply. But you still got the overcharge thing. I mean, that's still a thing. But either way, a lot of skill damage is also nice, so that's why the stats are pretty cool too. But you hear a lot of people talking about the stats and the combos, but in my opinion, I think the most OP ones are the reduced maximum reduced cooldown. I think that's the OP ones on all of these. You know, the 70-20-20 split, basically. So on this one, we're getting 20-meter radius shock every 20 seconds. Basically, a 10-second cooldown. So because 10 seconds on 10... Well, actually, this one doesn't work like that because the duration isn't that long. But it ends up being like probably like a 16-second cooldown, you know? Instead of 20 seconds. But either way, just frequent enough. But you're not getting much of anything else, right? Because I've washed away the other stats. We still got a little bit of weapon handling, which is nice for this build. The thing about it, though, is it makes you kind of like... when it comes to modifiers, you're kind of glad that we have 4 months because it's a lot of mental investment. I was actually going to make this video on it. I came across this guy in Japan who made a tool, an app for our little modifiers. I was like, how complicated is something when somebody has to go around making an app, right? I mean, you thought my spreadsheet was intense. The thing is, it's like, it's kind of helpful, kind of not. And so I'm thinking about, as I was kind of exploring it, because it's just this. It's just an app of this, basically, right, in a different format. But whatever the app does, you can do right here. So why, you know, it's a little redundant. But he does have some other tools in there. Like he's got some pre-formulas, basically a spreadsheet. But like you wouldn't need to like develop a whole app for it. But some pre-built formulas like, oh, do this, this, and this. And it shows you what it is. And so it's already there. So that's kind of nice. But you could pull that off in just a spreadsheet or a document. But the one thing it does do that a spreadsheet could do it, but that could be helpful for players is that it could allow you to tinker with modifiers you haven't unlocked yet. So that's one thing I can't do because I don't own any of the wild cards. And so I can't tinker with the wild cards. I can on paper but it's kind of a pain in the ass to do it on paper. It makes my brain hurt. I don't even want to do it. For the single dads, yeah. But you can do it here. You can do the same thing right here. But it is helpful if you don't have them unlocked and you're trying to figure out which ones do I want to unlock too. But you could just go off of somebody's spreadsheet. You know, you don't have to figure that out. The spreadsheets will do that. You know, you just scan the spreadsheet and be like, oh, and you know, hopefully the person who made it can highlight the best ones. I put little fire symbols on mine. But these three I can fuck with. Because they're expensive to unlock, and that's why we want to do these manhunts. Because if you do the manhunts, you get these little rewards. Does it show it here? Yeah, so 525 BTSU firmware. Which is what I'm after. Oh, which reminds me, I got to do the last one, but it was bugging out. I kept doing I kept doing these bounties and they wouldn't work. Anybody else have that issue? It wasn't counting. See if we can do one now. Well, now I don't have any, right? Perfect. Do you think it could be any hyena bounty? Any location, I mean? In order to get the bounties to work, you have to keep canceling retaliations? Really? Oh, that sucks. That's related to retaliation? I don't want to lose my retaliations. I'm building them up for something fantastic. Does it ever fix? Does it ever fix just by like logging out and logging back in? Or is it persistent? Because I don't even have a hyena retaliation, you know? And I fucking hate bounties. So the worst thing you can do to me is make me do a bounty over and over again and not meet my objective. All right, Chevy, let's try one. Rat race. What car are you talking about? Oh, the Tesla. I like the Tesla too. I like the Tesla, you know. It's like having an iPhone for a car in a good way. You know, just simple. It's like basic.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Like user friendly, you know? Easy to adopt. Like the iPhone. You know, you just get in, press a button.
Target is nearby.
There's not a lot of shit going on. It's just simple. It's fast too. Easy to, you know. Fuck you, hyenas. I don't know, but I hear some of those Chinese electric vehicles are pretty badass too. They got some features that are like crazy, I guess. getaway. Look, purple gear. Haven't seen you in a long time, purple gear. It's nice to meet ya. They're not 100K, are they? Aren't the what is it? The model whatever, the smaller one, isn't that pretty cheap? Isn't it like cheaper?
Target spotted.
The is it the S model? Is that what he calls it? I can't remember what he calls it, but that's the one I drive. It's my parents. They have a few Teslas, and so that one I get to borrow a lot when I need to.
Got the target. Nice.
They also got the fancy one, the like race car one.
Safe agent.
I haven't driven that one, but it looks pretty luxurious. I think the nicest car, I had, I can't remember the model, but it was a Mercedes, and I had just come out of a TSX, an Acura TSX, which is a very nice car too, right? And I traded in for a Mercedes, and it wasn't an AMG, but it had an AMG kit on it. But it had a turbo, and it was a sportier model. It was a four-door, but it was one of the sportier ones. I just can't remember what it was called. And man, like when I basically what I'm saying, it was like one of the cheaper Mercedes. You know what I mean? It wasn't like the $150,000 Mercedes. I think at the time, this was a while ago, I think I bought it in let's see, probably like 2006. I think it was an E-Class. That makes sense. It was like a sporty little one. Anyways, super good looking car. Fast as hell, low, and it just hugged the road. That German engineering, man. Just like, but going from an Acura TSX, which is also considered a luxury sport kind of line, you know, kind of in that Lexus realm, right? Infinity realm of cars. And into the Mercedes, it just felt like a world difference, you know? Basically for the same price. Basically. Oh, the Rivian. Yeah, who makes the Rivian? Where's that come from? Is it Canadian? I would like a muscle car. If I had a bazillion bucks and I could buy any car I ever wanted, I wouldn't buy. So we didn't get any credit. Oh, that worked. That worked. It finally worked. I wouldn't go buy a fucking Lamborghini or, you know. I don't know if what's the word for that? Is that ostentatious? Is that a word? Or did I just make that up? I don't know if I could do that. You know what I mean? I like the cars. Not for me, though. I don't know. It's just a little too much, you know? I like the older, like the cooler ones. Like the 1930 Porsche. The one that looks like a little Volkswagen. Like, I think Bond drove that one, right? Isn't that a Bond car? Like, I like that kind of fucking sports car, you know? My favorite my favorite car probably is one of my favorites is the Lincoln Continental. What is that? 1960, the one with the suicide doors. 61, is that right? Oh, love that fucking car. Did you guys ever see Out of Time with Amanda Seyfried or whatever her name is, and then it had that that NSYNC guy, Justin Timberlake? Did you ever see that one? It was a pretty good movie. Anyways, like all the limousines in that movie, so all the rich people, they were in these limousined out, if that's what you want to call it. Lincoln Continentals. They were all pimped out like limousines. Sick. And they were electric. You know? They were sick. I was like, oh, I want that. They were lowered and tinted out. They had rims. Oh, Lincoln Continentals are sick. You know what my parents have that will... Oh, that's fucking nuts? Is a T-Bird. They have one of those old school T-Birds, man. 1950 something T-Bird. Like drop top. Like the removable roof. You know, it's like all metal. Like you have to literally like pick up the roof and take it off. One of those kind of convertibles. And it's in canary yellow, mint condition, original, everything. It's like got like 15 miles on it. It's insane. It's insane.
Target is near you, Agent.
It was my grandparents, and they never drove it. You know, they bought it as a. My grandfather was like really into cars. He was really into cars, like really into cars. And so he bought it as a collector. He had those BMW Isettas. Have you ever seen those? They're like little clown BMW cars. They're like tiny. They're like tiny. I think they were like post-war cars where resources were important, so everybody made like small vehicles, you know? So that the metal could be used for tanks and shit like that. Or something like that. Yeah, but I got to drive those. Those were fun. I drove them. I use them as promotional tools for work.
Medical assistance needed.
Damn. Really? Let him fucking get you? Fucking tank, right?
System curtailed.
Oh, great. Go away!
System activated.
Yeah, so they have this like amazing T-Bird. They don't drive it either. And then because nobody drove this T-Bird, it doesn't run because I think like you know, the gas tanks and the gas tank went bad, something like that. You know, so they gotta like replace the gas tank, and I think that fucks up the carburetor maybe too. Something like that. Like a typical problem when a car sits still. They always kept it on like a trickle charger and all that kind of shit. So it wasn't anything electrical, but it's something like that happens when gasoline doesn't move. It's fucked with the car, but otherwise it's in mint condition and nobody uses it or drives it. It's very confusing. I was like, if I had that fucking car, if it was my car, bro, I would use it as a daily commuter. Am I going the right way? Where is everybody? Usually people here. Cars are made to be driven. Yeah. This is fucked up on me, didn't it? Godna. Thank you, sir. Kamerska, this is the build. One of the builds I put out this morning. If you saw that video, so I made XP farm build videos this morning to get people going for the season. So every season I like to reapproach the XP farm builds and see which one stands out for this season. Because, see, saying I need to be downstairs. This is fucked up. Because modifiers change, we get new gear, all of that fun stuff, new directives. So I like to see if there's one better than last season. Maybe it's that red guy out there. I bet you that's what it is. So this is a version of one of those builds. So it's a breaking point rifle build with the memento. Almost gave up on you, sir. Better be who I need. These are Tusk over here. I don't know if that first guy was Tusk. We're looking for hyenas. I can't tell if did the mark move upstairs? It did, right? Maybe the door opened. Let's go check. Because before the mark was right here in the living room. The garage. Yeah, it opened. Awesome. Yeah, so really good chain killing build. And it plays into the modifiers and the directives, so you know you're good to go. You're ready to slay. And then I'm using the shock right now. So I've slightly adjusted it because we now have a global event. This overcharged, whatever it's called. It gives you weapon handling, weapon damage kind of stuff. So I've just tweaked the build a little bit for that.
That's your target.
You guys better get ready to die.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Whoa.
Agent, target spotted. Got the target.
Oh no. No, don't you fucking hit me. It's always a melee. I always die from the melee.
Vital signs 0.
Fuck, that's such a long run too. I gotta run all the way over there. Ooh, they said bounty completed though. Let's see if that happened. Because I might have killed the boss. Oh, it didn't count. I gotta reactivate that. Damn you. South Long Queens. Do you guys think we're gonna see The fusion cars. Do you think we're gonna see those anytime soon? Or is American oil just way too fucking important? Is the Strait of Hormuz just that too important? Fucking criminals. You know, I can take a certain level of corruption just like the next guy, but the thing that pisses me off is when there's shit like cures for cancer, but they won't give it to us because they'd rather sell us aspirin, you know? I mean, that's just fucked up, bro. So corrupt, right? You'll let people die. Millions of people die for profit. It's so bad. That's so bad, bro. So bad. I mean, that's like diabolical. How can you ever live with yourself doing that? I got the cure for cancer, but, you know, or anybody who cures cancer ends up dying. Or anybody who knows anything about cold fusion or alternate sources of efficient energy ends up dying. Or the government or somebody will buy the patent and then bury it. I mean, that's just fucking crazy, man. Humanity is not allowed to fucking evolve because of some greedy fuckface. Jesus Christ.
Agent in need of backup.
Yeah, I did run a sniper tank. Good and a bad thing, you know? Good and a bad thing. I liked it because, you know, I like myself some armored tanks. Snipers, of course. I like sniper utilities builds because there's just so much damage on a sniper build
Serious trauma detected.
that you got so much room to play with things. You don't really need all that max damage. I mean, even in Legendary, you can get away with making some pretty interesting builds at the cost of damage because there's a lot of damage on the table. The problem with the sniper build and tank concepts, that's always been there, is that the fact that it is a sniper just means inherently it doesn't really need that much armor. And also, if you're slain, you know, simply putting armor on kill attached to your build can be all the armor you need. And so you're taking all this hit and damage or utility that you can put elsewhere for this tankiness that you don't really need because you are playing from cover and you are killing dudes with one shot. I mean, that's all the survivability you really need. And I'm a man of survivability. I love survivability on my builds. So, you know, I like the concept and I want the concept to work, but it just, you know, it's noticeable that you are missing that damage on that particular build. I'm not done tinkering with it, but that was my first impression, you know? I mean, you can just turn... Here's another way to put it. You can just take your hotshot build and put a bunch of armor on it. And you'll be reasonably close to what core will give you. Core strength will give you. And like I said, the biggest value that you can pick up from core is going to be skill utility. Not armor, not damage. You can get armor anywhere. So, I mean, it's the fact that you can have your cake and eat it too, no doubt. But the biggest value is coming from the skill efficiency. And sniper builds don't get a ton from skill efficiency. I mean, a base decoy is fine. You know what I mean? You clear content fast enough to make... to end up putting any more to your decoy, if that makes sense.
Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target.
So right there, when I switched to my pistol, I got a free reload on my rifle. That's just how it works. You can do that. Yeah, we can tinker some more because I do want to finalize a build for that. I mean, core strength is cool and it's worth the exercise to have a full, how do you say, arsenal of core strength builds, just because it's a cool and interesting set. They're not going to be OP, but they're all viable in one way or another. All right, so we just got some points, people.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
I did. Okay, let's go back to our manhunt, and then I guess it's already active by default. So now we just need to do this stupid rescue thing. Ah, good, it's here. Dino farts. Bucket of farts. I'm using the modifiers in a way that gives me infinite or really short cooldowns on my shock. So blackout pulse. And then I got the 70-20 thing going. So invert defense with saturate utility and saturate defense. And that gives me 20-second cooldowns on a 20-meter radius for blackout pulse. Stops the rush. And we have no problem with damage or range. So I didn't need anything else. And the shock just holds a whole crew still for you. And it destroys tech, which is also handy. See that?
Access key detected. Incoming hostiles detected.
And we know how OP shock is in this game, right? Pretty damn good. Except when the eyes skate right through it. There's always that. You know what I'm talking about? When they T-pose through the shock. You're like, that's not fair. All right, manhunt. We're down to eliminate the. So this is a bounty too, huh? All right, give me a second. 1 second. Potty break. Yeah, they never fixed it, huh? Status effects. Be nice to get some of that back. One yeah, one field recon data. What is this shit, huh? All right, so we need to go to Bounty, I'm guessing, and probably in Constitutional Hall. One of these dudes. Should be one with the diamond. This one. The uniquest? Is that what it said? Or the unquiet. Got it. Yeah, Clamor, that's been happening to me a lot today. And so I'll shock them and trying to just one tap them in the head. And then they're like, yeah, they get ultra fast reflexes, Superman reflexes coming out of the shock. And go right back into cover. It's like, damn. That was that.
Target is near you, Agent.
Oh, you're bulletproof apparently. Fuck you guys. They got holes in their heads, I'm telling you. That and they move so fucking fast. Yo, kitty kitty. When I see purple gear, I'm like, prototype! This is fucking creepy, man. What talent do you guys think we should be putting on our one-shot kill builds as far as augments?
That's the target, Agent.
Not sure I've concluded anything there yet. I caught the other day that Echo can conflict and not activate Headhunter or Determine. Like, it cancels it. like it considers it a miss, even though it applies. Nor was it needed. So you can shoot a guy, he's gonna die with one shot, but he gets 2 shots anyways because of Echo. And then Echo considers the second shot a miss.
Another one down.
Or Headhunter considers the second shot a miss, even though it killed him. But because he was technically already dead from the first shot, the damage still applied, but it wasn't needed. And so I noticed that like it deactivated my Headhunter and I had to earn it again. Something like that. Are we done? We are. All right. That was easy. So, which of the wild cards should I get next, you think? Paradox. But it's not, the thing is, you're just not putting out a lot of shots, and that's, you know what I mean? Like, because I do have that on one of these. Oh, maybe the immunity one, right? That could be good. Yeah, that's what we should do. So I have that on my shotgun, and I was so happy because it rolled that way. Let's see, it's over here. The Thorn. So Quantum provides a 1% chance of becoming immune to damage. So obviously, if you have on your sniper build, you would put that everywhere and then max it up. You know, so maybe it's what, 2.5%, 3% chance. I don't know what the cap is, but yeah, because I mean, I like the idea of that because I agree with you. Like, there's nothing better than free reloads, even if it's partial. And I have that somewhere. Maybe I already took it off of something. Probably did. I think it was probably on my rifle and I took it off. I don't know what it was on. No, we don't want to delete those. The Eagle Bear, well, I know some people are enjoying it with core strength. I don't know why. Because that weapon feels pretty weak, and so core strength would make it feel weaker. Why? I can't remember why. There was a reason why, though, that makes sense. I can't remember what it is. There's something this season that kind of makes the Eagle Bear shine. What is it this season? Is it the weapon handling coming from this dealio? The investor mask could be good with it if you're not going to run a memento. Just the weapon handling? Yeah, you're just not going to get enough stacks in Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker's a pain in the ass. Just doesn't stack very well. Deflector skills. That's a good one, Grumps. Get the skill efficiency for the deflector drone off of... Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think that's one of the things. Get a really strong deflector to pull damage off of you while you're immune. Even while you're immune. So if it kicks in, tries to kill you, it's minimalized. Also, as you're earning the immunity, right? Because you have to get kills to increase the immunity until it's peaked. So the deflector will help there. So skill efficiency could be good for that. But you're gonna need skill cores,
Agent requesting backup.
skill tiers to get max deflector. They're kind of not underdogs. They're up there. They got handled a little bit though. So the devs came through and cleaned some shit up. And yeah, they nerfed those things. But they're still up there. I think they're still number one on the burst side, at least. Sustained, there's some stronger beasts out there. But as far as balance goes, I think they're still, you know, definitely the top three. My question I keep asking myself, and I just got to plug in the numbers into the spreadsheet, is where the Ouroboros is sitting nowadays, because it's feeling really fucking strong. And they didn't buff it again or anything like that. Basically, the Ouroboros was nerfed to the place of the normal vectors. They normalized it that way. But it's still stronger. And this and that, it's got a way faster fucking reload and a bigger mag. And so, and it's faster RPM. It's just not as dramatic as it was. So it still edges it. But now it puts it in a place where you're like, well, I could just run Perfect Killer. But yeah, I don't know. I'm curious myself. We could look at it actually in a second because I've been meaning to uncover that mystery. Let me turn off directives for that. I don't run RPM weapons very often with directives. I like my ammo. So let's put this on real quick here. And then we're gonna need the Dark Winter. And then we can do some calculations. I don't think I have my Dark Winter here right now. Did I bring it in? I did. Yeah, nice. And then the other one we're gonna need is the Tactical Vector. Might have it on me already. There it is. And then we got the regular vector if we wanted to. The MP7 is a really strong one. We can look at this. What's the other top tier SMG? It's one of the... Is it the Police UMP? Is that what it is? The SMG9 is sick. Where's the Banshee sit? Did they nerf that one all to hell? Or is it still like top 10? Because I can do this on the spreadsheet, so I got to include all the monsters. I think the MPX is sort of mid when it comes to DPS. I think it's like on the high mid area. But if we're looking like top 10 SMGs... let's see. So You can't. I mean, I guess I can put this up. Let me see if I can figure out how. So we're looking at, we'll put the vectors first. So my favorite one's the Ouroboros personally, and I do like it over the Dark Winter. We'll do that, and then we'll do the tactical. Oh, you know what I did here, what you're seeing before I made these changes, is I did the analysis between, I should save this, but I don't know how. I did an analysis between the test subject and the capacitor, and which is better from a complete DPS picture. So using, drone and turret damage figures after the buffs from the weapons and stuff like that. The capacitor is still, is quite a bit stronger, more than I remember it being, than the test subject on both a build and a weapon from a build and a weapon perspective. You get the 30% amp damage off the test subject. That's what that is. And then this first one is the capacitor. And the capacitor's got a smaller mag, but it's got a faster reload. This one's got the test subject had a bigger mag. It's still quite weaker in all departments. It's sort of surprising. That capacitor is a fucking animal. The mods are so strong. You're seeing that play out in the mods too, right here. Yeah, if you don't have yeah, totally. This test subject is awesome. You could argue the stacking thing too. Like the capacitor requires stacks. But that seems to be so easy to get it's not the big quantity of stacks, and you don't have to crit to get them. So it hasn't really been a strong argument for me. Let me actually just revert these changes real quick and just take some screenshots so I don't have to do all that work again. All right, let me just screenshot this real quick. And then I am working on a new exotic tier list, by the way. That's what all this shit is. So I've organized all the exotics. I got the new ones in here. And then I'm going through and ranking them. And then I'm also going to put like damage figures for the weapons and stuff. So you know what the DPS is on a base build. And then you'll have a description of what they do and then how to find them. So I've already created a spreadsheet on how to find every exotic in the game, but this will be a more comprehensive one. So you're also going to get what's their tier. You're going to get DPS intel, and then you're going to get a description of what the weapon does and where to find it. So that's on the same spreadsheet. So this is my DPS calculator spreadsheet. So you'll have access to all of that with the same spreadsheet. So If you have the link, you should already have access to it. I did share the link in the last video a couple days ago. Okay, so let's go back to our inputs, and then let's put in our Ouroboros. And then we had the or the Dark Winter. And then let's put our tactical vector. And then let's put the SMG9. What else do we want to see here? The police 45. I just don't know if I have one of those. I think that's like one of the highest sustained damage ones, right? five hours of build math and 30 minutes of gameplay. That could be the Division 2. I remember when I was first playing the Division 2, man, like you could just get stuck in that fucking testing range, testing one build out and optimizing it for like 3 hours. You ever do that? Work on a build? Like, don't leave the White House for like 3 hours because you're working on a build. It's all gotten much easier now, but it used to be a pain in the ass. Yeah. Those were the olden days. Okay, what else do we need here? Let's see, what else did I bring? Let's looking at my builds here. I mean, my weapons. Well, I mean, I guess we got enough to start. Oh, the MP7. That's what I forgot. The MP7. I knew there was one more. All right, let's find another song to jam out to. How about some Neon Grid? Actually, let me get rid of the overlay because it's in my way. I'll put it down here. I want you guys to see what I'm entering. Okay, Ouroboros. So I'm gonna give us some base numbers here. Go into my build and turn that on. Apparently you have to do that every day if you want base numbers. So the Ouroboros is 38,300. The Dark Winter is the same. The Tactical Vector is 40,500. The SMG9 is 48,500. Police Sump I don't have right now, so we'll skip that for now. And then the MP is 46,400. The Ouroboros RPM. Let me switch builds. Put something neutral on real quick. I have a basic testing build. Died again, gaming Dag coming in hot. Woo, woo. Good timing, Dag. We're doing math. So this is my just standardized build for doing stuff like this where we don't have conflicts and damage and whatever. Let's give a shout out to Dag. What's up, Dag? What are you up to, bro? Thanks for bringing by the homies. Good man, playing your Division 2. So yeah, so I got you know, vigilance, so we don't have to worry about that in the testing range, and for damage figures, it'll just be there. And then, you know, just crit stuff here. No talents, no brands. A little bit of armor, but that won't change our damage. And then Providence. I hate that the headshot thing is there. But I have glass cannon. I should have a better chest piece than this, actually. It doesn't really get in the way, but yeah, we can just do that. Just boost our crits, and then let's go ahead and put glass cannon on this. You can put no talent, but it doesn't matter. There we go. So this is my go-to build for just flat testing shit out. It's important because whatever you have on your build is gonna change the like RPMs and reload speed. So you don't want rep and handling and stuff like that if you want to make it easy on yourself. So I just want to show you that real quick. Yeah, sometimes it's just, yeah, stay away from it, right? I understand. Trust me. But I've been wanting to see how this Ouroboros has been performing for a while. So for RPMs on the Ouroboros, we're looking at 1403, which is a weird fucking number. Why 1403? You know the RPMs are all fucked up in the game that you don't get a true... Oh, let me make sure my modifiers are off, by the way. Okay, good. They're off now. Yeah, do you know... Oh, you know what? Fuck, we can't do this right now. You know why? It's because we have... We can't do this right now, bros. Do you know why? Because the global event, you can't turn it off. And it's got... And you have to go through the trouble of back calculating shit. You know? I mean, I am going off of base weapon damage, but this is going to show up in my all damage bonuses, and I'm going to have to back calculate everything. Which is not a huge deal, but it's a pain in the ass, right? Stability, accuracy, I can avoid those. 30% weapon damage, I could back calculate that. Same with headshot damage. It's not that bad, I guess. But I just don't know if that damage is going to show up on my all damage stats. For example, that's the part that becomes annoying when you do this shit. So if you go here, my all weapon damage bonus is 158, but does it include the event? And it doesn't say that. So I'd have to fucking go through and and figure it out. So if we just look at our cores, which is improvise, 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 chill out, the backpack, and then the chest. Okay, so if those are all at 15, so then we'd be at 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90. Then we're at 90 there. And then the Ouroboros has 28% expertise on it, so that would show up there. So that would be try not to keep this all on the top of my head. Hold on a second. Oops. So 90 plus 28 brings us to 118. And then if we add 30 to 118, or what's the weapon damage bonus? Well, then we have our watch. Hold on. Did I get the watch? No, I didn't get the watch. So 118, and the watch is, how much does the watch give us? 10, 20? 10, so that gives us the 128. And then the 30% would be coming from, if the 30% is on the event, then it's showing up. Let's look here. Yeah, it is. So the event's showing up. So we're really at 128 all weapon damage. Okay. I guess we can figure this out that way. It's just annoying. So if we're at 128 all weapon damage, and then going back to my stats, which you can't see right now, now we need to find what the SMG stat is. Which would be 15, but I don't have it turned on right now. I don't think. No, it's 30. Okay. So we got 30% on the SMG side. And then we have to pull out the expertise if we want to separate it. So the expertise was... So I want to assume no expertise. So that puts all weapon damage at a flat 100. And then we'll just keep expertise at 0 for all these weapons. Because we don't care right now. Okay, now we got to do the same thing for the Dark Winter. That's the real interesting one, right? Oh, wait, before I do that, we need the rest of the data, sorry. Mag size and stuff like that. So mag is 50. Why is the RPM 1403? Oh, but I was going to say, you know the RPMs are all fucked up in this game? If you manually calculate the RPM of your build, you're going to get a different number. And it could be a lot different. So the headshot damage, we need to figure that out. So I think SMGs by default are at 70 headshot damage. So let's just confirm that we don't have anything tricky on our build. So we got 70 there, and I think the game mode is giving us 60. Let's confirm that. Headshot damage is 60. Yeah. So that would push us to 130, right? And then the watch would give us 10, I think. It's the watch. $20. So watch gives us 20. Or the 70 might include the watch, actually. I can't remember. But let's, so 60, whatever we showed on stats here, plus 130. So yeah, the watch is already wrapped in to the headshot damage. Okay, so we're at 70, good. So all of these are gonna be at 70. Let's get that shit out of the way. Okay, so total weapon damage would come off of the build. And in our case, we're going to have it on our backpack from Vigilance, which would be 25%. And then for amplified damage, be on our chest. We're running glass cannon. 25%. And then we'll, as far as weapons, we're going to go damage to targets out of cover at 10. So we'll put that on all of them. And then they all come with these could change based on the talent, and we will be including talent. And so the crit chance is going to be 21% on all of them. The build is going to be the same, but they all have different mods, so that's a factor. So let's take a look at the build. That's definitely going to be a factor. So let's take a look. A complication. Okay, so we have 60% crit chance, and we have no mods. So in order to get this to work, I need to put a Grupo instead of a Cheska. Or let's put on something random real quick and see what my real crit chance is. Still 60. Ooh, we have issues. Mods. Still 60. Damn you, guns. Damn you, SMGs. I guess we can just do that, not care. I could just put on a striker instead. But I don't want to fuck with the SMGs. I mean, we're not really comparing the build. It's not really a build thing. So it doesn't really matter if you have explosive damage. But I just like it to look pretty. All right, we need to break that 60%. That doesn't really work. Oh God, we're way up there, bro. Let me put on a striker. It'll cut down our slots. That's just gonna make it easier to work with. The reason why is because of the mod situation. So some of these will have elevated crit chance mods and stuff like that. And so that's a power distribution thing. So if the Dark Winter has shittier access to mods than the Ouroboros, as an example, then the Ouroboros can shift the build to acquire more crit damage than what the Dark Zone or the Dark Winter weapon could do. I don't have a striker backpack on me right now. That's amazing. So with this, we should be able to roll all crit damage, but let's see here. So we're still at 60. Do all these have crit damage? Crit chance. There we go. There we go. Finally. All right. Then let's just shift this to offense. I don't want to change RPMs right now. Even though that would be the ideal build. Let's just go to Grupo. This bad boy. Then I don't have to fuck with it. Alright, so 59, 128. So 59, 128 crit damage on this build. So let me change my digits here because we changed the build real quick. Is it chest 24 or 25? 20. So that's gonna be. Oh wait, it's over here. Sorry, that's gonna be our chest piece talent, and then the multiplier here will pull in the 90 from Striker. And then they're all gonna get a 15% reload speed bonus. Actually, this should already report on whatever is on the weapon now. Okay, so this will be 1.37 seconds. And the RPM's a fucking beast with Striker. 1594. Everything else I think is the same. I don't think I need to change anything else. Headshot damage is the same. Headshot chance, we'll put that at 20. We already got the crits. We got the amplified damage. We got the new chest piece. No expertise. All right, I think we're ready for the Dark Winter. So we already got the base. So the headshot damage is going to be the same. All weapon damage should be the same. What do we got for mods? Let's look at our crit chance. 54, so we can push this up. Push that to crit damage. Got a beautiful skin. All right, so now we're at 59, 128, but there's more. We're gonna assume the 100% uptime on the talent. So this talent, I think, gives us, is it 70? 90, it's so huge. 218. Damage to targets out of cover. So here's the bummer, is the 1.79. You guys could feel that slow reload? I can when I play this. It's irritating. The mag size, I think, is smaller too at 45 rounds. The weapon damage or RPMs is 1380. And then all weapon damage should be the same. Except we changed our fucking build. So let me go back there and check those stats. Should be the same though. 158, I think that's where we were before. Yeah, we backed out the thing to 128 and then we took off the expertise. So it should be the same. What expertise do I have on this one? Same expertise, I think. 28, yeah. So that's handy. Handy. All right, so 100 and then 30 and then we're marked 0 expertise. All right, so I think that's good there. So if we could just go ahead and look at our stats here, just between those two weapons, because I think those are the big ones. So the Dark Winter is pulling out higher, but really close on the sustained DPS, which I gotta say kind of matters more. These aren't peak builds, all right? So don't worry about how high that DPS is, because I could just to make sure everybody's clear. It's not a matter of build. This is just weapon to weapon comparison. But if we close this off, like, I don't have any mods. I could be running the perfect equalizer chest piece, right? This is just to get an apples to apples comparison between the two weapons. And I'm using the striker so I don't have to fuck with a lot of crits. So, and we've seen these numbers presented in the past when the Ouroboros was nerfed. And in my opinion, this is the more interesting of the two, like this column here. Because what's interesting about this is that the Ouroboros and the Dark Winter are on par with each other for DPS, but the Ouroboros doesn't require a kill, and that's a big deal. And plus, the reload time is way faster, and that's a big deal for survivability, which this doesn't take into consideration. This doesn't take into consideration you surviving in between kills, right? Because of your fucking reload slowing you down. Plus the extra 5 rounds, and it's going to stack faster because of that RPM difference. I mean, in my opinion, the Ouroboros is better, but you know, this difference in burst DPS, there, you know, that's going to be felt. That'll be felt. How do you guys think that plays out? Now, the tactical vector is even burstier. Now, what'll be really interesting is how much the SMG9 pulls ahead of the Ouroboros. And I gotta tell you, when I was playing the other day with that SMG9 build, using the back and forth talent, that thing was one magging chungas. I had an extended mag on it, though. But even without the extended mag, it was fucking really close to one chug. One, what do you call it? One magging those dudes, yeah. I can't remember exactly. I might have been one magging them without the extended mag. But either way, that Tech 9, that SMG 9 is fucking great weapon. It does really depend on the situation. Yeah, who's in your face at the time, and can you kill them in a single mag? That's what this is really kind of looking at, right? Because burst DPS doesn't consider reload, and that's a big difference in reload speed. And so to ignore that, I think, is detrimental, because this is actually going to bring a lot of survivability in my mind. But I guess it depends on the scenario, right? What are you up against and how many reloads are going to be in there? And does the Dark Winter have enough burst DPS, and is the talent active? This is assuming the talent's active. The reality is, like, you're going to hate to hear this, but this has always been my opinion. This has always been on my opinion. Why don't you see me running killer all the time? This 10-second cooldown is fucking bullshit. A timer. The 10-second uptime is bullshit. And it's always irritated me about this game. They love 10 seconds. Everything's 10 seconds. So when they gave us the agitator at 20 seconds, I was so happy. But it's also got a 10-second primer, so that's why they were more gracious there. But everything's 10 seconds in this game, and that fucking sucks, because if you're, like, these weapons are really good for, like, heroic control points, little bursty content, right? So just think of the scenario. You walk up to a control point. There's 3 dudes there. Your first shot, or your first mag, basically has no fucking talent, right? It's no talent damage. So you already need a strong build at hand in order for this to be a good weapon. And so you're already working with something like Hunter's Fury or Striker, which is just our top tier builds. So you're already there to the point where it doesn't really fucking matter what weapon you're actually running, because you got to get the kill without your talent, right? All the time. It's not just once. It's not like Headhunter where it's like, yeah, Tux, but it's only once at the very beginning. No, it's not that. It's all the time, because what's going to happen is you get this kill on this dude, and then there's 2 other dudes within range, and so you jog over to the next guy, you kill him with your extra 90% crit damage, and then you kill the next guy that's really nearby with your 90% crit damage. But now there's a new spawn, and you have to go around the building, or you got to jog, across the little control point to get to the next spawn. And by the time you get there, your perfect killer expires. Even if the first bullets you're able to land, the first couple of bullets with the buff, it expires before you get the kill. And so you have to reactivate the kill. And so that first kill still ends up being harder. It happens all the time. But a lot of people don't notice because you're more worried about not dying and putting out shots than you are at watching your little meter at the very bottom, the little icon that shows that the talent's active. It's always going out on you. And like Obliterate was like that too. And Obliterate's annoying too because of that. Like every time you step up to the enemy, you look down and Obliterate's timed out on you. And you're like, fuck, man, I'm always whipping these things back up, right? And obviously Striker does that too. And so you could, and then you have, like, if you're running weapons like the Chameleon, it does that too, where you're just like, man, I have no stacks right now. And this is always happening. I keep walking up to enemies and I have no stacks. And then I kill all these dudes and I build these stacks, just 3 dudes, 4 dudes. And then I go to the next group. And when I enter into that fight, I have no stacks again. So it's like, it only works. You get these buffs. They're only happening on like the last dude. You know what I mean? Not the first dude, but it's like the last dude, right? It's like it gets the most impact out of your damage. And then you start that thing all over again. So throughout a control point, man, you're losing this and reactivating it probably like 6 times or some shit like that. Not exaggerating. It's just like the spawns are all over the place. The enemies are running from left to right. Your SMG's got absolutely no range on it. So, your reload time eats up 20% of your active time. Think about that. At a 2-second reload and a 10-second duration, God forbid you reload while you have perfect killer active. And all of that is why I prefer the Ouroboros as an SMG. Just because that fucking sucks. It's not my only SMG, of course, but I just don't run killer very often because of that. It's annoying. It is strong when it's active, but let me tell you this. What ends up happening is killer's best uptime happens to be in the times you actually don't need it. Because like I said, you're already running a strong build. In order for a killer to be good, you have to already have a strong build. And so you're slaying anyways, but now when killer is at its optimal time, it's because you're standing in front of a door and spawn killing. And so you got this 100% uptime on like multiple waves that are coming through that same door, but you didn't really need it anyways, You could have been running something like, what are our options, I guess? Strained, right? Just kind of the same, right? Because it goes on cooldown, and then you have to like hold down the trigger, and basically by the time you get to the end of the mag, it comes back up, and then you reload, and you can maintain it. But still, the first kill was weaker, but at least it was, how do you say, cumulative. It was like growing as you were shooting, so every bullet got a little bit stronger versus nothing to something, 0 to full. I don't know. So it's the best talent, or this talent works best in heroic, and at the same time, heroic kills this talent because it makes you run all over the place and puts it on cooldown all the time. And it sucks. It's just not my favorite. And that's why, I don't know, what do I run as an SMG? I don't even know what I'm running nowadays. What am I running? What do you see me running? I think I just go to the Ouroboros. Oh, I mean, I do like the Purist, but that's Streamline. Streamline's a different scenario. I don't like to bring it into the killer picture because this, you know, Streamline puts you in like no skill situations, which I don't mind, but it's a different play style. So I don't really like doing that. But there's what the sad part is, what are your options, right? Not a lot. Let's look at our talents. So preservation is a different thing. So we're just talking damage. I mean, Optimus is boring as fuck, and it's so average. Strained, not. I mean, our SMGs are really too fast for strained, realistically. I mean, Sadist is so one-dimensional. You got to have bleed. Close and personal is going to kind of run into the same thing. It's a stupid 10-second clock. And it requires a kill, right? So, Ranger, nope. Vindictive, nope. Steady-handed, nope. So, not damage, not damage, not damage. In sync, nope. It's a different concept. But it's a good option if you're willing to sacrifice a skill, actually. If you're willing to run a drone. Streamline is probably the best thing, but for many people, it's not an option. Measured. It's kind of not even in the same ballpark. But at least you got good uptime. And back and forth, you know, it's conditional, stable. Yeah, I mean, there isn't anything for SMGs. You know, that all suck. All these options fucking suck. Measured is probably your best bet for the average player. So it's, yeah, so I get it. So everybody runs killer because fuck, right? That sucks. Yeah, Emmeline's Guard is nice. It's actually a really good SMG. Yeah, there's some good perfect versions of all this stuff, you know, but we just, it's sad that we just don't have options, and we don't even have good exotic SMGs, right? What are, I mean, I guess you have the Lady Death, but there's a reason why you don't see a bunch of people running to Lady Death. I guess the backfire has been pretty OP lately because of certain situations. So a lot of people, you've been seeing that a lot. It's not my favorite SMG in the game, I'll tell you that much. It's a little on the slow side, not to mention the hazard stuff. But it gives you a reason to run hazard protection. The Oxpecker's bullshit. Super situational. The Chatterbox is really fun when you got it rocking and rolling. The Chameleon's probably the best SMG in the game. It's not even an SMG, but it looks like one and it acts like one, and it's built upon one. This is probably the best SMG in the game. Yeah, let's put on a striker build. Oops, we got one on. All right, let's put on an equalizer chest piece. And then we'll run the overdogs, I guess. Because that's what people do. I guess I don't have my strikers here. Let me pick those up real quick. Crit damage. There we go. All right, we're pretty weak here. We don't got a lot of defense, but just want to keep the build simple. And then we will put on crit damage mods. Yeah. Oops, I grabbed a bad crit. Well, that's fine. Oh wait, I want to change the back up. Let's put on the Ouroboros here. And then now let's look. 59, 59. Let's go slay something. Okay, so we have modifiers turned off. Yeah, I think the police ump is really nice if you like that kind of thing. It's a slow firing, high sustained damage beast, right?
Hostile control point identified.
Which can pull out some serious DPS. I just don't have it, and so when I'm looking for that, I usually use the M1928. Which is really close to the same performance, just a difference of mods. Okay, so we're gonna start with the Dark Winter. And hope our shield doesn't break. So my Dark Winter is active, right? All right, let's go to the next engagement. Quick. And we refresh it just in time. So you want to play fast with this weapon. Make the most out of your talents.
Vital signs critical.
And then we just lost the buff. All right. So there we earn it again. Because our build's so strong, we can do that. And so I think that's a condition, honestly.
Agent down.
Fuck that turret, bro. Can't even hear it.
Signs, 0.
Thank you, audio.
Hostile supply car line. Heavily armed. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh my god, it's been so long since I've run this weapon. That fucking turret is raping me.
Vital signs critical.
God. Did you see how fast that turret killed me? You know what's also been annoying is that lately, that's been bothering me, or at least today, was their accuracy. I was like, these guys never fucking miss a shot, do they? Well, it's kind of a pain in the ass that I don't have any audio. Like, it's all background noise only. So, you know, little cues like you can hear them setting up the turret is helpful. You know, there's a little metallic clinking or an electronic sound. Those things will save your life. But or you can hear it rotating and charging up. But okay, we heard it there. Wherever it is. Oh, it's in the box. Isn't that some shit? Fucking game, right? And that's why you don't run all red builds like this. You can't make that shit up, Joe Kane. Audio bugs have been in the game for a long time. It's annoying. It's a big game. It's a big old game. That turret's still alive, and I'm pretty sure I killed his master. Time to kill is good. So that's gonna make it less painful on the reacquisition of your talent, which is good. Because you're like, well, I'm killing so easily. So, you know, the truth is, even if you didn't have the talent, so swapping out, you're not even gonna fucking notice.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
See? No talent. And the reason is because I think the build's just doing all the heavy lifting.
Additional hostile contacts.
And so, you get what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say, I guess. Maybe we should explain that better. What I'm trying to say is that in order for the Dark Winter to not be painful, you got to have a strong build already so that reactivating your talent doesn't feel like a slog.
Serious trauma detected.
So we'll reactivate. Who's almost dead? So that's all build right there, right? Not weapon. I mean, RPMs and stuff like that matter, but that's all build, you know? Because our talent isn't there. So, I mean, I just think that says a lot. I mean, you can make an argument in a few ways with that, which is like, well, so I guess it doesn't matter whether the talent's active or not. True. Because here it is without the talent, right? Now, they're equal in sustained DPS.
Intel suggests the enemy's planning to hit 2 districts at once. Get ready, Agent.
But I think how it plays out is the more you fuck with your time to kill on your build itself, then the more you're gonna be irritated by the up and down of your killer talent. But when you have a really good build like we're running now, I think players, including myself, can give too much credit to killer because you don't need it, you know? So that being said, I mean, we have the expertise on this one, but I do have a regular vector with that. The problem is it doesn't have expertise, so it's not gonna be apples to apples, but let's put something else on it. Should still be a damage talent, but let's put measure. Something like measure. Measure's pretty weak sauce. But at least it's not blank, right? So let's put this a crit damage, I think. No, this is crit chance. And then this is crit damage. We should be at 59. And we are. All right. So no killer. No killer. The problem with comparing it to the problem of doing a no talent comparison using Ouroboros is that Ouroboros has been adjusted to be strong without a talent, right? So it's got higher RPMs, a bigger mag, and a faster reload. Where now we're just running the same exact vectors as Dark Winter, but we are missing 30% damage. Just keep that in mind because I have no expertise on this. But so let's just keep it relative. I mean, it's a pretty good time to kill. They weren't super tanky or anything, but let's go see if we can get ourselves caught on fire or something up here. Busy. They just shred your shield so easily, huh? Okay. They have no idea we're coming still. They did not hear us. Oh! There's somebody there! Motherfucker! Oh my god. Oh, we're about to get sex sandwiched by that elite squad. And we got a convoy ahead of us too. We don't have to get out of cover though. I mean, that's a pretty good time to kill, man. It's all build, man, I'm telling you. That's without killer, no killer. Yeah, I think we just give credit on strong. When we're running a strong build, I think killer gets too much credit. People are like, oh, Dark Winter's tight. But it's your build, because it has to be strong. It has to be strong. I mean, if we put on, we could change the build. Put on a less ideal build, so to speak. Because people like to get creative with SMGs, so it's appropriate. You know, put on a bunch of armor cores, still keep your crits. Fuck, one bullet, bro. Took that last life away. From distance. By a turret that apparently doesn't fucking miss. And it's in a very annoying place, by the way. Yeah, but I feel just as strong. Like, I don't feel even the loss. We were just talking about this. I mean, I don't even feel the loss of the expertise, man. We're 30%. Think about what we got going on here. Basically, we're 30% weapon damage less because of the loss of expertise. And 90%, 9-0, less critical hit damage. That's fucking massive. And I can't feel the time to kill change. That's all striker, you know? Equalizer and all that kind of shit. And there's still pros and cons between using this weapon, though, outside of all of that damage shit. Is that, I mean, vectors alone do really good at building stacks for striker. And then the Ouroboros does even better. It's got a bigger mag, a faster reload, and a faster RPMs. So running the striker's chest is its differentiator. And that's peak damage. And by running the striker's chest piece, it opens up, in my opinion, a lot of build diversity. Anytime you can run the chest piece of a gear set, you're doing yourself a favor. Like Umbra, like I love when they give us a usable chest piece, because it's like, oh god, you just... Finally, I don't have to run just... what's it called? Optimus? Not Optimus. I always get them confused. Obliterate. Finally, Obliterate. I can put it away.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I love the gear sets that have usable talents, you know? We have no added survivability, by the way, so I can feel that. SMG builds are... This is exactly what an SMG build looks like when you don't have bonus armor. I think, like, it's almost required. And I don't always run bonus armor, but... When you're running in Heroic especially... Way too much chip damage, because everybody puts damage out on you. They don't kill you, but everybody gets a shot off, right?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Get back! Shit!
Yeah, so you're still winning, but you're just not going to be in a good place at the end of the day on your armor kit situation, and that's going to catch up with you, right?
Supply room access unlocked.
But you could lean into the modifiers as a form of survivability by building into unlimited or really fast cooldowns on your hive. So you could just keep popping your hive. And I've been finding that kind of nice because it allows you to play more aggressive, a little haphazardly, a little irresponsible. You can play a little bit less irresponsible because you're like, I got my hive. I don't care if I die. It's cool. I'll get another one 20 seconds later, you know? Okay, so I think we've come down to a conclusion. And my conclusion is it doesn't fucking matter. Isn't that a lame conclusion? Sorry. It's kind of a lame conclusion, but it's the truth. You know? And, you know, probably shouldn't be saying that as a content creator, but, you know, I guess I do. But because, you know, I think the game's job is to make you believe that the difference between these weapons is vast and, you know, makes a difference. But at the same time, they're fucking balancing everything within 1% to 2% of each other. I mean, it just shows that, like, you got to have like 30% difference in a weapon to even notice. I mean, look at the spreadsheet. What's our differences again? 10% on a burst. That, like, out of context is fucking huge, right? Out of context. So out of context, you'll be like, wow, this Dark Winter is 10% more burst DPS than the Ouroboros. Out of context, that's fucking huge, right? It comes down to about 1.1 million difference in burst DPS. In context, you can't even fucking notice it. It's fucking lame. I want to notice. And I always kind of had a number out there, and oops, sorry, I didn't mean to turn that off. I've always said in the past, like when they introduced things like Umbra Initiative, those gear sets, I was like, you know, in order for me to feel the difference between a gear set, the DPS value has to be something like 3 million different. And I think that gap has closed a little bit for me mentally. I think it's more like closer to 2 million to feel it, the difference in DPS. So 1 million difference in DPS, I'm not going to be able to tell. This would be the subpar version. I mean, I guess our next step is we could just take off the damage talent altogether now. Let's do that. Talk now, Tux. I get that shit. Run solo legendary with all 5 directives and then talk. Jesus Christ. You guys. All right, preservation. Which is probably a better use for your SMG, to be honest with you. But none of us are going to do it. I used to. I like it. My problem isn't that it's not good. It's just that there's a lot of sources of armor on kill. It's pretty easy to get on your build. And damage talents are, you only get an opportunity to have 3. So I usually want to
Hostile control point nearby.
keep that where I need it to be. Oh, we need to start doing the raids again, guys. We need to start doing the incursion at the very least. That one's fun. Super cash. It's easy to teach new people, too. Because it's not at a stupid airport. That makes all the difference in training a newbie. They're fucking with me. Pretty happy with that time to kill, and we are nowhere near peak. All right. It's sort of kind of why part of me is sort of like, it's kind of weirded out about this. Is like, you know, this is where I kind of put things into perspective, and I think it irritates some of the gatekeepers in the game. Not that they listen to my perspective, but it would irritate the gatekeepers. Is that, like, you know, we're already so strong, like, it takes big swings to impact the balance of the game. I don't think Prototype is going to do it. Expertise didn't do it. I mean, we are stronger than before, but we just stripped off expertise, right? And I can't even fucking tell. I literally cannot tell. 30% less damage than our Dark Winter because of expertise, and I can't tell. We have dropped enough damage where I think I can tell. A little bit. I was like, maybe an extra bullet? Maybe, but you can't. You can't. Your RPM's too fast to notice. You can't pick apart by bullet. Because we have overkill. You know what I mean by overkill? Like, you're gonna hold down the trigger longer than you need to kill that guy. Because you love your RPMs. No, because it's fast. You can't look over your trigger that fast. You're gonna waste ammo on killing a dude that's already dead. That's what I'm saying. But we stripped away expertise, and then we stripped away all the damage off of the gun. So there's none coming off of the talent. So we're at the widest gap I think we can be for a comparison. And I think it's a good use case for, I mean, it's a good point for new players, especially. It's like, hey, don't panic about the expertise thing. And I know we say that, but it is hard for a new player to be like, but everybody's talking about prototype gear, and I want that, and it's so far away, I gotta work on my expertise. Yeah, that's the dangled carrot thing, right? They've dangled a new carrot. That aside, you know, you can still pace yourself and be a top dog. It's going to come down to skill. And so why a new player is really losing and on the stat screen in the game summary or the mission summary is because he's standing over here pointing his gun over there while the guy that's been playing this game for the last 8 years is standing over there pointing his gun over there, which was the right place. So they're gonna put out damage first, they're gonna activate their talent first, they're gonna build stacks faster, they're gonna get more damage and more kills because that's happening in every fucking room. You know? It's not because their build is better. You do have access to their build. I play guys with bigger watches than I do, have more expertise than I do on all of their builds and all of their gear that come out the same and or better than them, and that's because of just game knowledge, rehearsed. And so that's the true. I think a new player that started this week, we'll say, and 3 or 4 days later, if they watched one of my videos, there's my shameless plug, then they should be able to run with the big dogs in 3 days and put out the same exact damage as them, but they won't. From build capability, they can, but they won't because they don't know enough about the game yet. And if somebody really sunk their teeth in that and could actually buy that, then they would probably stress out a little bit less on that expertise and prototype gear because this is not making the difference. Player trumps build. Yeah, you're just not going to notice it, Gadna. Yeah, it's hard to notice. I've tried putting a figure on it, like I was saying earlier. I've tried putting a figure out. Like, at what point can I notice the damage difference? And I think we're approaching it between the two builds, running preservation. I mean, and what I'm talking about is like just how long I'm holding down the trigger on a 1v1 scenario. It's just a fraction of a second longer before I notice they die. But, and how that plays out in survivability is going to come down to what situations you put yourself in. Are you surrounded by 5 enemies? You know what I mean? Not a good place. It can go either way, you know? But it happens. Like right there. So he had a sliver of health right there. If I was running killer, it wouldn't have mattered. If I had expertise, he would have probably have been dead, right? So forced to reload. If there was another guy flanking me, then it would have made a difference. And that scenario didn't. And so that's why we just end up going for maximum damage in every scenario because what if? And that's reasonable. That's why we do it. Okay, can I stop running this build now? Because it's a pain in the ass. Oh, also, the gloves are going up and down, and that can make a big fucking difference. I mean, there's that. That fucking variable is going to make it really hard for you because you're studying your build, and you're like, oh, okay, well, here's 3 enemies. You know, they're coming up. Let me kill them. And you're like, oh yeah, that felt pretty good. And then you swap weapons, and you're like, okay, here's 3 enemies. Let me see how that feels. Well, it depends on what archetypes, right? Thanks to these fucking gloves. That's fucking with our interpretation. One will feel great, one won't. A lot of variable. Okay, let's get out of this mess. Oh, all right. We got max retaliation. So let's figure out what I'm doing here. Put this build on. This is the base of the build that I was running. The build. So I'm running the agitator as a backup to lose threat because it'll take 50% threat off of you. And then it's the 1886, but then I got 4% regen underneath the bonus armor, which is nice because then you don't have to go and get your trophies for survivability, but it's the same. So the question is, do you want 4% regen or 3% regen eventually? And then pick up those free reloads. And right now I'm feeling like free reloads. So let's do this. And then we could keep that, but I'm going to go ahead and put on the memento. And then now let's add some defense. We were talking about doing that, right? So let's put on 1 armor core if I can. Actually, let's put it on the chest, because then I could switch chest pieces. I have a better one with weapon handling. There we go. And then let's put headshot damage there. All right. And then we will take off the thing because we're going to come against some baddies. So there we go. I could put protection from elites because I think there's a lot. But we're gonna be alive, or we're not gonna be, right? I think in the situation we're about to get in. Okay. Yeah, I like frenzy on my LMGs too, Reaper. I think that's just the way to go on LMGs. Rifles determined, yeah. Shotties, Brazen, me too. Love Brazen. That's such a good talent. So underloved. Because you get amplified damage on pellet, and you get amplified damage on kill. Oh, that thing turns into a beast. I bet you're liking that perfect measure. Are you liking that new LMG? Hey, there's a Chevy boy, Chevy. Look at that. Chevy boys. Chevy bays? Boys. Okay, let's see if we can survive. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Targeted loot. Let's make sure. So we're mod farming. I'm just demonstrating for people you can mod farm for newer players. Obviously, you don't need directives for this. So the part of it's build. And then let's initiate.
You're in position.
It's Brazen, bruh.
Time is of the essence, Agent.
These fucks already coming at me, huh? Shit. I didn't turn modifiers on. I wanted those. Hold on. I want my shocky.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, great. Bunch of big boys. Bro, that's like fucking cheating. You know what I mean? God damn. Of course he got that fucker off, right? You see why the other mask, the mask over the memento, is a good idea? You get pinned down in these ones. They're pretty aggressive.
Serious trauma detected.
Boom. I mean, fuck.
Signs,
Right?
0.
Hope that song made your day a little easier. Now back to Circle Radio. I'm your host, Andre.
Hostiles are trying to take a second district.
I don't get why. I had time on the clock.
The area is lost.
All right, let's put on.
Incoming backup request.
Oh, you know what? I want to do these back to back. Let's see. Let's go earn one more real quick. I want to do 3 back to back just to feel good about it. What do I need to do? Oh yeah, modifiers. I wanted to put those on because I want my shocky. Yeah, so basically, they never fucking miss, man. These guys don't miss. They don't miss their shots. This should be True Sun still, actually. Because we just converted it. So let's go take advantage of that.
Hostile control point nearby.
Good night, bro. Right on, Stormtrooper. I mean, most of them aren't good enough to build around. But it just depends on what you got, even if it's a chess piece, you know? If it happens to have all the ideal stats, then yeah, definitely keep it. It's the ideal gear piece. But most of us are getting, you know, something we're not actually looking for or wouldn't use. But if you do happen to get one that is actually something you would run, or that's reasonable, and you're not running it just because it's prototype, then yeah, man, that's a big win. That saves you 45 exotic components, and people do get those. It does happen. Odds are just not in your favor.
Incoming.
So yeah, just because it's a chess piece, that wouldn't be my thing for keeping it. But boy, I would like a keeper. 45 free exotic components sounds nice to me.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Sometimes it feels like I don't have a reload situation, which is kind of nice. Because of the free reload kicks in. It's good timing sometimes.
Supply room access unlocked.
Pipkins, yes. A Raldi chess piece isn't bad, by the way. I mean, it's not the meta slot thing where we would normally have Habsburg in that slot for a sniper, but that's not bad. I guess it depends on what talent it came with. And as long as it didn't get any goofy stats. Yeah, that does sound normal, Laz. I'd go run one for you. I don't mind.
Agent, it looks like the True Sons have set up an arm.
I'm fighting True Sons anyways.
Ammunition stockpile.
So I got all 5 directives heroic. And then we go in. And yeah, you won't be able to interact with... these things are going to hold us back on quite a bit. If you're running all directives. So that's why you got to have a build. You build around the directive, so to speak, for XP farming. Because you need something to counter all of those negatives. So we're going to have no mini-map. We're going to have ammo hoarders. Which means we're not going to have access to ammo boxes. And the enemies will not drop ammo. So you need to be self-sufficient there. Which you can use your specialization to help. And be careful when you reload. Because it'll dump your mag and reload you from bottom. Which means you're going to be wasting bullets in a limited bullet situation. Cool skills means you're gonna, when you use one skill, the other one goes on cooldown. So you got to think about what skills you're using. And then there's armor break. So if they break your armor, you're going to lose a chunk of it permanently. And the only way to fix it is with an armor kit. Now that one can actually bug on you, where an armor kit won't fix it. And then finally, there's Ragers, which makes the enemy stronger on kill. But it is time-based, so it does eventually reset itself. But you know when they have Ragers, they have this like circle on them. So let's start it out.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
So you lose your memento stacks when you log into this, which is why the memento's probably not the best bet. And you have no modifiers too. That's the way these work, so that part's not a bug.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart.
These are pretty fast.
Repurpose the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
And this one,
Need to go.
the turmoil knee pads actually make sense in this one because the enemies are all red. I mean, just so many red enemies, even the purple. So you're just killing really easy. It's basically like playing on story mode, to be honest with you. Oops, too close. Ah, somebody got away. I got messy. I don't normally push that fast. Kind of post up when I do this. I don't push until I get to this last one.
At National Bond, these natives have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms.
So there's only
Call for
one
backup.
elite, and he is the last guy. Not the last guy, but one of the last. Oh, he forced me to reload even though I had ammo. That's bullshit.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the truth.
I had an auto reload and he reloaded anyways. And we're done. Yeah, so that should be the experience you have. You don't have to do this fast. Or you could do it faster.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
So here, you might see some old guides. So there's no, you can redo this over and over, but you have to actually exit the mission.
Safe area detected.
Bullet travel. Yeah, well, you might be, your server might not be synced. I was getting some weird audio issues earlier today. Well, I was getting them later today, too. I mean, you might be experiencing something related to that. They've been doing server maintenance, apparently. Because we just got done with it, and I'm still getting that notification. Still got 2. Well, I probably should call it. We're gonna hit 5 hours here in a minute, and I just realized it's kind of getting late. And I still got a video to work on. Oh my! What up, JR? Cool? Oh, I was just saying goodbye, and you're just getting here. Appreciate you either way, though, man. Thank you for swinging through. All right, everybody. I will catch you tomorrow. We'll probably be streaming twice. I think I might start the day with a resurgence, a Division resurgence stream, and then go into a Division 2 stream. Something like that. Later, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me.